We'll be right back. Welcome everyone to the FC Pro 26 World Championship at the Esports World Cup 2026. We're here at the C-Stream and we will be covering some of the side matches happening today. Of course, we are amongst the league stage we're kicking things off with today. Lots of action, lots of games, and of course, lots of FC gameplay on your screens as well. We're going to kick things off today with Virgil versus Nasada. Two players who you may know very well, and a nice early chance there, but that's going to go out for a goal kick. Two players you may know very well if you follow the virtual Bundesliga. Two players who've been competing in the virtual Bundesliga this last year. Actually, one is the winner of the virtual Bundesliga individual championship, that being Nasada, and then Virgil was the winner of the club championship at the virtual Bundesliga representing Dortmund. So they know each other very well, and we will see Nasada now with a chance from edge as well, but that's going to be just blocked comfortably. They did play against each other in the group stages, and Nasada was able to get the better of Virgil. But Virgil almost able to toe that one in as well. But end-to-end stuff already between the two. I think that's somewhat to be expected against two competitors who have played against each other quite a lot through their own club leagues. But a lot of pressure with it being the first match of the day. And you want to get out with a win. Put yourself in good stead, because with this league format, you essentially need to be in the top 8 if you want to get automatic qualification towards knockouts, and then in the top 24 if you want to finish in playoffs. And here's a chance for De Jong, and it is going to be buried away. And Nasada is going to take the lead. Virgil just couldn't shrug him off in defense there. I think the last time they played it was 10-3 to Nasada, so yeah, it could be a bit of a goals galore one here. As now Virgil has a chance to try and reply instantly. A good defensive work from Nasada at the moment, just forcing him out, making sure he recycles the ball, but great passing work, and there's a buried ball from Saka. And just like that, we find our equaliser. It's what you need from a player like Virgil. If you allow the game to go on too long when you start to chase it, you're going to give your opponent a little bit too much more space. They're going to start to get comfortable, control and dictate the pace of the game. It's a big battle at the moment in midfield. Both players just passing so well, but now he can try and get a chance in the middle. But again, defensively, looking pretty solid. You just can't make too many mistakes here. Nice through ball. Finds Jude Bellingham as well. The hero of England's World Cup campaign, of course. Nice twisting and turning as well, trying to bully their way in, and on the finesse on the left. Goes out for a corner. Quickly taken. He's just going to feed that one and recycle. Just can't afford to give any easy balls away here, as the game now starting to settle down a little bit. It was very end-to-end, a little bit nervy to start off with. Now Virgil really trying to take claim of this game. Just has to be wary about giving those balls away, because the counter-attack is going to be deadly, as now he'll look to lead the charge himself here. McTominay almost breaks through. And Nasada, after taking the lead, hasn't necessarily shown too many chances, although as I say that, Saka with a chance to try and drill one, and he will. And that lead has been regained once more. And even though Virgil had a hefty amount of possession recently, Nasada just showing again how deadly he can be on that counter-attack. Or do we see an instant reply again from Virgil? Is it going to be like one of those games? But no, Frankie de Jong back doing his defensive due diligence, and that through ball is not going to cut it. It really has been the speed in which they found these ping-pong passes at the moment. Jude Bellingham, though, has to do a lot of work to try and beat the defenders. Jaap Stam was comfortably marking him, just shadowing every movement. Good work from Nasada defensively at the moment. You can see how he's just shifting from one player to another, covering that space and denying any passing opportunity. And now he gets his counter again with Dembele. Doesn't quite bully him off the ball. Maybe plays one more into De Jong, but he cuts it back inside. Had the option to maybe shift it out onto his right. Perhaps felt he didn't have much of a chance, but now we speak about counter-attacks. This has to be a goal here from Saka, and it's as easy as that. The keeper just comes out, gives too much space, and we're at 2-2. I assumed we were going to get goals. I hoped we were going to get goals with the history of these two players against each other. 27 minutes in, we've already had 4. And I wonder if Nasada's going to be a little bit frustrated he's not been able to capitalize on those leads. Now, that's a perfect through ball as well, but what a challenge that is. Araujo denies. Two sloppy passes from both players. And Macasius just manages to get his hands to it. What a chance that was for Virgil to take the lead here. Saka just offside there by the looks. 33 minutes gone, still plenty of time here even in this first half as De Bruyne now on the edge will be able to strike it. It's off the crossbar. Virgil really starting to lay down some pressure now, but Nasada just being able to hold off thanks to the woodwork. And it would be very FC-esque if you hit the bar and then on the counter play, there's going to be a goal. Happens all the time. Sancho's offside though. Good player locking here from Virgil. Can't quite feed that ball through though. And as soon as Nasada wins it, he is instantly launching that counter-attack. Virgil just needs to be aware of that, and he is covering well. Sancho's the target once more on the left. He's making the same run. Musiala's going to be in the middle alongside Dembele. One of them can probably finish, and it's going to be Dembele on his right. And Nasada takes the lead again here. It's a great shift onto the right foot. Just saw the keeper was leaving a little bit too much of a gap. Comfortably bends it in. Now, Virgil's been able to come back twice already. At what point are you asking too much of yourself to continuously have to come back into it? Probably has memories of that 10-3 matchup not so long ago in the Virtual Bundesliga against each other. Now, this one seems like a somewhat closer affair at the moment. They did also play each other in the FC Pro 26 Open. Oh, that's a good ball though! Oh, great save. From the corner. Any sort of magic, just trying to shift and play this one in, but there's just too many black shirts. Nasada has done very well, time and time again, to deny Virgil, even despite Virgil having all this possession. And at 43 minutes, maybe a couple of plays before we get to halftime here. It's Kika. Being hassled and harried at the moment as Virgil just trying to wave his way through the defence. Kika again on the edge, could try and drill one. Reluctant to take a shot, wants to get the best opportunity here. Increase those percentages, but there's the pass denied, and that should be half-time and will be half-time. So Nasada with a 3-2 lead then. And what has been a brilliant start to our games here on the C Stream. As I was mentioning, they played each other in the FC Pro 26 Open Cup, where Virgil was actually able to win that one 5-4, but that's going back a little bit further, back to like January. And they did also compete against each other last year in the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals as well. Nasada won that one 8-7. So they always do seem to have these tight games. High-scoring games as well, which is what's important and exciting. Now the players, of course, have a chance to jump into those tactics. See if you want to change anything. I think they're both probably happy with how the first half has gone. Virgil perhaps a little bit frustrated. He hit the crossbar, wasn't able to capitalize on some of that possession he had been dominating with. But good signs going into the second half. It is the first of 6 matches today for all of these players. There's 36 players competing today here in the league stage of the FC Pro 26 World Championship at the Esports World Cup of 2026. And as I mentioned earlier, only the top 8 will advance to the round of 16, and then between 9 and 24, they advance to the knockout round playoffs. And then when we finally get to our round of 16, we get to our bracket, it becomes knockout football. Who will etch themselves into history? Maybe it could be a chance here for Saka, but what a save that is from Casillas. And of course, with it being the Esports World Cup as well, there is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, which plays a big factor into all of this. For those clubs that have signed certain players to represent them. And now as Nasada comes forward again with Dembele, a chance to try and maybe get a 2-goal lead here. He's not been able to find it all game, which is always going to have him a little bit concerned that Virgil just is so close at getting that equaliser. 2-goal cushion would be massive for this game. Musiala into De Jong. And one out to Sancho! Oh, wow! Should have been a goal. And again, the goalkeeper has come in clutch. Nasada starting to knock on the door a little bit, though. It's his turn to take control of this game. And he's going to get a second chance. And again, it's a save. Here's Saka. Dembele now, a nice little player lock to try and see if Musiala could make that run. He is just waiting, biding his time, hoping that Virgil's going to make a mistake and step up a little bit too far. Maybe he has there, because surely, finally, you're able to beat Casillas. And there is that 2-goal cushion. A nice low driven. As Virgil a little shaky, both in-game and on camera as well. Nerves kicking in. I'm sure that even those players that have been competing for quite some time, these first matches are always the worst for nerves. Certainly when I used to play, I hated the first matches. I used to struggle to get my breakfast down. I was so nervous. It wasn't until after I'd played my first match I could eat. A lot of these players now, they have the coaching staff behind them. And that's a ball behind the defence as well, but tries to drive it across goal. There has been chances for Virgil, and I'm sure he'll think back towards them if he doesn't actually find any points here in this game. Nice pass once more. De Bruyne. Does find one into McTominay, but I think he was offside, and he is. Arujo brings it down, plays it into Dembele now. Quick passing with Musiala, back out to Saka. And it is so beautiful, but Casillas quick off his line. Great football being played here by Nasada, though, as he's starting to get even more comfortable with this lead. McTominay and Bellingham now linking up on the other side. Needs a goal, does Virgil here, just to try and get back into it, and that's the perfect chance. Saka finds the goal. That is a gift. And Virgil knows it, but after not having the rub of the green a little bit earlier by hitting the bar, perhaps he feels like that's just. And some changes can be made now with only 28 minutes to play. 28 minutes is still quite a fair amount of time. Especially with the time increase on halves here in the FC Pro World Championship. Compared to your average game of FC that you would play, which would just be 6-minute halves. These are longer. Masada still has that goal lead though. Thanks to that cushion he'd given himself, and maybe he'll be able to find it again. Defenders though, able to block. Defenses are an entirely different thing. It's a new play style. Saka. Actually, he's able to keep going with the dribbling, but again, the keeper is good. Both players have been very reactive with their keeper movement, bringing him off the line. He's now on the counter. A chance for the Virgil to maybe find an equaliser here. Saka just needs to beat one. Players are in the middle as well if he can find the pass, but actually he's just going to keep going all by himself. What a goal! A huge equaliser for Virgil. Beautifully worked. So confident on the ball. And after all the hard work for Nasala to take that lead, now finds himself at square one. But he consistently finds himself ahead. Oh, wow. Almost finds the net. Corner goes out all the way to the edge. Davies actually is going to pick this one up at the edge of the box as well now. McTominay doesn't want to take the long shot. Wants to try and work this one in. Player switching to try and give Arujo a little bit of help here. A good movement from Virgil just to be able to cut off some of those passing lanes. Can't cut off that one, no! And you can't deny Saka at the other end. And Nasada taking the lead just seems to be inevitable every single time. They are back to square one. Straight back into the tactics screen then for both. Very frustrating, I'm sure, for Virgil after working that hard to get back to 4-4. And then actually, defensively, he was doing well. He was cutting off those lanes, but it was just well picked apart. Notice that gap, did Nasada. And his finishing has been on point too. So 20 minutes left then. For Virgil to try and find another goal here to take us back to even Stevens. The Italian who has done very well under pressure. But you feel like if this is another 2-goal lead for Nasada shortly, maybe it's a little bit too much for Virgil to come back into. And Elise, one more into Sancho. Yapstam's there. This is where it becomes a little bit dangerous. These counter-attacks are always deadly. Bellingham going to stride forward. Plenty of white shirts to work with here. Again, does have time, doesn't need to overdo it. Bellingham can't quite connect with it. And now for Nasada, there's always going to be the thought of just holding on to that possession a little bit more. Denying some time on the ball for Virgil. And just reducing those chances for him to find that equaliser. That being said, if you can find that extra goal, Sancho now, and it is just going to collapse onto the side. Hits the post in the end. I thought it was just going to dribble in. It just fell apart as now Nasada does win the ball back. Trying to find that 6th goal. There we go. Slots it underneath the keeper. And with 11 minutes remaining, a 2-goal lead. Nasada's going to start to feel pretty comfortable about this one. The low driven in the end was how he beat the keeper. To be honest, have the keepers not been as good as they would been, then we probably would be looking at like 10 plus goals. There's some fantastic saves being made by Casillas. So it becomes do or die now for Virgil. Obviously not the end of the world if you lose your first match of the day, but if you want to be able to get into the top 8 in advance to the round of 16 without having to play through playoffs, can't really have too many losses. Realistically, anything more than 2 losses, you're not going to be able to make top 8. So then you're looking at just trying to secure yourself into the knockout round playoffs. Let me tell you, those days will be long when we get to the knockout round playoffs as well for these players. It's a test of stamina as well as skill. So 10 minutes then for Virgil. Some tactic changes, I'm sure, to play a little bit more aggressive here. But that is going to leave him vulnerable at the back. Speaking of, and actually going to be an opening already. And there's the 7th. And perhaps that might be job done now here for Nasada. And this is where some of those score lines can start to increase a little bit in what has been a very closely contested and hard-fought game. And you start looking for those goals to try and get back into things. You leave yourself a little bit vulnerable. You just open up the floodgates, really, for goals to start pouring in. That being said, there is still time for a comeback, especially if you can find a goal here. Vicky trying to turn around, see if you can get round the structure of Yapstam, but Yapstam is there, like the castle that he is. Well won by Laporte. Bellingham now plays one in. 1-2's actually there, but does manage to find it and will find the goal. Nasada a little scratch of the head, saying would prefer that one not to go in. 5 minutes still going. 2 goals needed in 5, not impossible. Definitely seen crazier things happen in FC Pro. And if you can win the ball back from kickoff here, score on the counter, it becomes very nervy for Nasada. Of course, you want to be able to pick up the 3 points here. You won't have to share them. What does Virgil have left in the tank then? Any last-minute surprises for us as Nasada goes straight into the possession game. Quite importantly, just trying to hold on to this ball. Eat away at that clock a little bit. And it has just become a possession game now for Nasada. Frustrating Virgil a little bit, unable to even get his hands on the ball, or his feet on the ball, I guess. Lumps one up to the goalkeeper. And unless we get a considerable amount of added on time here, this is probably done. 2 minutes. Yeah, sadly, even if you find a goal here, Nasada would probably just hold on to the ball. That doesn't mean Virgil's not going to try anyway, though. Tries to break down on that right-hand side. Davies, though, is far too comfortable at left-back. Maybe a 6th consolation goal on the line. Davies, again, is too good, even though Saka tries to work. In the end, it is going to be 7-5 to Nasada. will take all the points in the first match of the day here. And sadly for Virgil, Nasada just seems to be his bogey player at the moment. But, wow, yeah, our first game is done and dusted. Hi, I'm Dan Gaskin. I'm going to be commentating here on the C stream. And it is certainly going to be an exciting day, an exciting tournament here for the FC Pro World Championship at the Esports World Cup of 2026. It's interesting because all these players were competing in the play-ins that happened 2 weeks ago. And then some of them find themselves here competing against the very best. Those who won their leagues, for example. Those who performed well in the E-Champions League. And anyone who were able to qualify. But if you're wondering what they are competing for, there is a lot of prize money on the line for everyone to be competing for. 250,000 for first place. A total prize pool of 1 million is insane, by the way. So all of these players here are going to be walking home with quite the chunk of change, but it's just about how much you're able to get. We can also look at the format, and if you're wondering how long these players are going to be playing, what they're playing for, well, we start with 36 players in the league stage. We've got 24 that they can go through into playoffs, and of course, we spoke about the top 8 automatically go through into the bracket. And then eventually we get into that single elimination bracket, and we will compete in that bracket, and we'll find out who is going to be the FC Pro 26 World Champion. So lots to look forward to today, but of course, before we get into our next game, we're going to go for a quick break. But when we come back, we'll have even more action. Welcome back, everyone, to the FC Pro 26 World Championship at the Esports World Cup 2026. And we have our second match of the day, and what a match we have as well. We have Redlac, the EMLS Cup 2026 winner. Redlac been competing since, what, like 2019, 2020. UK fella, but competing in EMLS now. Incredible to see him get to the heights that he did in EMLS. Fantastic content creator as well. Now competing on the biggest stage internationally against arguably the best player of all time, Anders Vergang. His history and his trophies speak for himself. E-Champions League winner, E-Serie A winner, FC Pro 26 Open winner, and that's just this season. If we go further back, it gets even better, and maybe he starts off with a goal here, but it's a good save from Casillas. 2025, he won the E-Euros, the Virtual Bundesliga Club winner, FC Pro 25 Open winner, and then you go back to 2024, he won the FC Pro 24 World Championship as well. So he's a well-decorated veteran now by this point as Anders Vergang, despite still being in his youth. I remember when he came onto the scene, underage, wasn't even able to compete back in the day. But now he is very firmly secured himself as one of the best players in the world. But can he show it here now in his second game of the day here against Redlac? It's certainly not going to be an easy matchup for him. We know what Redlac can do as well. But still very important to get those points on the board. As now Kika plays it into Dembele. And Vergang with a chance perhaps, but not quite. And actually it's been a lot of possession in favour of Redlac to start us off here. And for Anders Vergang, there's also the extra added pressure of the Esports World Cup Club Championship representing Team Falcons, of course, but the Falcons will be soaring because it's already a goal lead for Vergang. Team Falcons, who were the club champions last year at Esports World Cup. They'll be looking to try and repeat their success, and perhaps Anders Vergang can be a key to that as well. Maybe lifting the trophy here at the FC Pro World Championship and adding all those necessary points to the Club Championship of the Esports World Cup. An early goal to settle the nerves and also probably to frustrate Redlac a little bit after his early possession. Redlac still happy to hold on to the ball here. And every time that Vergang wins that ball back, you just know he's going to be threatening the defense. He does manage to find an excellent ball into the edge, and it's as easy as that. Vergang, vintage Vergang. Redlac has never beaten Vergang in any time they have competed. I think they actually played against each other in both 2025 and 2024. 2024, it was the playoffs at DreamHack Dallas, where Vergang was able to win 5-2. And then in the E-Euro of 2025, Vergang played against Redlac as well. Apparently that one ended 20-10. I don't know if I believe those stats, but I also wouldn't be surprised as Dembele falls over the signboard. So down by 2. How does Redlac answer back here? Because you're already up against it now, but a goal here would be everything for him, but just bullied off of the ball. Vergang now with the 2-goal lead. Usually this is when he starts to cruise. He's going to look to try and make it a 3-goal lead through Bellingham, but Maldini and the rest of the squad are going to be there. Defensively looking sound. Now the counter-attack is very much on here. A good ball on the right. Is he onside? Doesn't even matter. He couldn't even get there. The speed of Maldini. Blimey. Bellingham now. And a little bit of Bellingham on Bellingham action. Fantastic World Cup Bellingham had for England. as they walked away with their best ever placement since '66. That's going to be offside. So Redlac is doing well to not really let Vergang take too much control of this game, despite the fact he's down by 2. He is still happy to hold on to this ball. Vergang's just a very difficult player to play against, because as soon as you give a ball away like that, you know you're going to be under pressure, you know you're going to be under fire here. You have to constantly be switched on. You can't afford to make any mistakes or switch off at all, because otherwise, that will happen. It's 3. And whilst we do get a lot of comebacks that happen in FC, 3-0 already is warning signs here for Redlac. The EMLS Cup 2026 winner is currently quite significantly behind. There's one of the players just going back to look at some of the replays by the looks of it. It is interesting that some of these players do that, by the way. Players will go back, they'll check replays just to see kind of what went wrong, or what they can change, or where they made the mistake. Sometimes they get in their own heads a little bit as well, honestly. I've seen that before as well. As in, like, oh, this pass should have gone here, but it went there instead. I won this tackle, but I thought perhaps I was going to be able to get the ball, but I didn't. Anyway, using up all the pause time at the moment. We're only a quarter of a way through the game. It's time for a hydration break. I joke. Parejo. Out to Davies now, as Redlac really needs a goal to get himself back into this game. But again, the ball won back, and it's going to be another through ball opportunity here for Vergang. 2 players in the middle, cuts it back to 1. Kika into Parejo. Finds one more. Oh, it's just flawless now. And Vergang is starting to enjoy himself. That was a brilliant goal. Very well worked, very methodical as well from Vergang. Knew exactly how he wanted to execute that one. And sadly for Redlac, he is on the chopping block now. Wakure wins the ball back, has gone out for a corner. Whips one in, manages to nod it down, but Bellingham's there to deny as well. And for Vergang now, it just feels like it's a matter of how many is he going to score at this rate. Does give the ball away though. Redlac with a chance to counter. Again though, Saliba stepping up from defense. Plays the ball through to Dembele. Shifts onto his right, tries for a little quick finesse on the left from Kika. But look at the pressure that's being applied by Anders Vergang, not allowing Redlac to escape his side of the half at all, really. Does manage to give the ball away, though. Redlac with a chance to try and shoot here, but Arujo makes it look easy, really, on defense. And for Vergang, as a player, he wants to win everything. He knows he is one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. One of the most confident players we have in the FC scene. But last year, I believe he got knocked out top 24 of the FC Pro 25 World Championship, and it was very deflating for him. A very unexpected shock result that happened, and sometimes it does. But here in 26, it seems like he's found his rhythm once more. 3 big major trophies already this season, and I'm sure he'd like to make it a 4th. A long way to go, but he's certainly starting well here. There's now Redlac with a chance to get one back, and he does. So 39 minutes gone. His first goal is found. Is it a lifeline here for Redlac? As Vergang gives him a somewhat sarcastic round of applause, I feel. That being said, as much of a fantastic player Vergang is, you've always got to make sure you are on your toes, even when you've scored a goal. Vergang is a player who can get in his own head a little bit. If you are able to get a couple of goals and start to frustrate him, it can certainly show on the pitch. And a chance to try and find that second, and here we go. Redlac manages to sneak that one through. And Vergang just needs to make sure that he keeps a level head here and doesn't collapse. Because it has happened. We've seen Vergang in commanding leads before, concede a couple, get in his own head, and lose the game off the back of it. A little bit of momentum now behind Redlac here in what was an extremely one-sided game. Suddenly, if we go into halftime at 4-2, could be anyone still. Unless Vergang can try and put a fifth one in here just to try and reassert a little bit of dominance. Jude Bellingham out wide! Oh, fantastic save from Casillas. Vergang with an eye roll and a look up towards the heavens. He knows that should have been a fifth. Denied again by Casillas. And I think the referee's probably going to blow this for halftime. And will do so. So despite an early, passionate and dominant start here from Anders Vergang, taking a 4-0 lead, Redlac able to get 2 quick-fire goals in succession just prior to halftime. There's only 2 between the 2 players here, and Anders just needs to be very careful. Don't want to allow himself to get too frustrated as we look back at some of the replays from this game. A few chances here or there for Redlac, but it was when Vergang then really took command of the game. Anyway, we get back into the second half, and as we join it, there's the 5th for Vergang. And already he's up above his monitor saying something to Redlac. It's one thing you can be assured of when you're playing against Vergang is there's going to be a little bit of chirping from the other side. And you have to decide how you want to work with that. Do you want to play into it? Do you want to try and frustrate him? Or do you just try and ignore it as well? But regaining that 3-goal lead now. Vergang looking confident going forward, and Redlac is just going to bring him down here. Saw the through ball was on, so a tactical foul to deny it. Davies wins it back. At this rate, Vergang, of course, would take the 3 points and put himself up towards the top of the table. And Parejo gets the goal to make it 6-2. And at the moment, we've only got 6 players who have played their games and found points. Actually, it's just 5. The likes of Levi David, Manu Bashore, and of course Nasada, who we just saw get that win in the previous game. They're up towards the top of the table after finding their 3 points. But then surprising losers, Jafonzo took a loss in that first round. Virgil, as we saw. I think Nicholas actually drew with RVP Legend. That was the 6th game that happened. But winning 6-2 would put Vergang at the top of the table, joint with Heza. But maybe Redlac can find one, and actually it's a beautiful chip. Finds his 3rd goal. And he just keeps himself in the conversation here, does Redlac. And I mean, you can take from that whatever you will, but I think Anders Vergang making fun of the fact that Redlac Goes to his water bottle after every goal. As so many other pros do, so I don't know why Vergang's taking the mick. That is Anders Vergang for you, though. Redlac, though, still looking comfortable going forward. Has a lot of space on the right here to work with as well. Just needs someone there, but Maldini bullies him off the ball. Nicely won back, though, by Bellingham. Manages to get the pass back to Messi. And good work as well, manipulating the ball in his favour on the right-hand side. Wharton. Parejo. Parejo again on this left-hand side has really been a problem. Dembele now. Into Kika. Oh, manages to shift it. It will go out for a corner. De Jong from distance. De Jong I think he thought about maybe having a shot, but he tried to play the powerful through ball instead, and I tell you what, that is a fantastic ball over the top. There is going to be a player in the middle as well, but he's instead just going to shift this one back. Twisting and turning on that right. Maldini doing so well to stay close, and again, the strength of Maldini is just a little bit too much here. "65 minutes gone. 25 left to play for Redlac to try and find another goal to get closer back into this tie. That's a good ball. But LaCroix. Too quick. Denies again. LaCroix too tall. LaCroix just seems to be the final barrier that Redlac can't get really through at the moment. Here's Messi. Just shrugs him off, tries to play the ball onto the right. I think it's going to go out for a corner in the end, and it is. Maldini taking the corners is always an interesting one. You would have thought he would be in there to try and get his head on it, but regardless, he still has possession. And a fourth goal here really would change everything with 20 minutes to go. Would just plant that seed of doubt in Vergang's mind. 3-goal lead is just a little bit too comfortable for him. But to give credit for Redlac, he has done very well in this game to keep it competitive in what could have been extremely one-sided with how it was going to start. Player lock to be able to switch. Space down the right-hand side as well. We'll be able to find it. Turns himself into trouble, though, but I respect that he tried to do something a little bit different if he did make that. And get past the defender, there was a chance for a goal. Speaking of goals! Oh, good save by Casillas, down and quick to his right-hand side. Corner taken short by Vergang. All the way out to the edge of the box. Dembele now with plenty of space! Too much space! 7-3 Vergang. And some more choice words sent over towards Redlac. And it's not because there's not any sort of rivalry between these two players. If this is your first time watching an Anders Vergang game, he does that to everyone. He would do it to you if you were playing against him. He would do it to me. He's a very passionate young man, is Vergang. I'm all for it. I think for a while, FC Esports back in the day lacked some of these players that are prepared to celebrate and have a little bit of passion about their game as well. Whilst I'm all for being respectful at the same time, I am completely okay with players celebrating. And a little bit of trash talk never hurt anyone. So with 16 minutes to play, it's a 4-goal deficit once more. It's going to be a tough uphill battle now for Redlac. Again, he just can't hold on to the ball. He's just being hassled and harried. And now here comes Vergang again to try and seal the deal here. That he does. 8-3. Game over. And I think Redlac knows it as well. It's also so different, isn't it? One player with their headphones on, staying locked in. Vergang plays without his headphones, which I've always found fascinating. And he's trying to get a rise. He's trying to get something out of Redlac, but he's not being given anything. So fair enough for Redlac for not really falling into that trap. That being said, a 5-goal lead is far too much to come back from, I feel. And it becomes a little bit of saving face and also saving yourself when it comes to your goal difference as well. Because this is a league table for the league phase. That goal difference definitely could come into play for tiebreakers. So a fourth goal would be big here if you can find it. Tries to dipsy doodle his way around the defense, but in the end it's going to be an offside. On the other side, Vergang also with a chance to increase his goal difference. As it stands, he would be top of the table on said goal difference with the 5. Looking to try and make it a +6 goal difference now. Dembele tries to play it inside. Now there is going to be a chance for a counter-attack here, but there's still plenty of players back for Vergang. Although, has done well to be able to find that ball through. Keeper's off his line as well. Do you go for another chip? Yes, you do! And there is a 4th for Redlac. And that does make his goal difference just that little bit better. Sadly, I think it's a little bit too late to try and think about any sort of dream comeback here. But goals are also good for your confidence going into the next as well. Do we? Does have help in Jude Bellingham. Messi's in the middle as well, but he's able to turn one. Another roulette to turn on another. And somehow Bellingham still has the ball. In the end, does go out for a corner. Back post can't be fouled. And now Anders Vergang has a chance to hit the counter-attack. And it is funny, even though Vergang 8-4 up, still frustrated when something doesn't go his way. Maybe a chance for a 5th here for Redlac, but Bellingham is very prominent as a defensive midfielder at the moment, it would seem. Redlac still going forward, though, and again is finding this ball out onto the right, but can he actually get inside? Saliba is too good. Saliba is just one of those players who can take command off the pitch. Is there a 9th then for Vergang to try and finish us off here as we go into added on time? Just the 2 minutes added. No hydration breaks here. Over the top ball to Arejo. Arejo is able to bring it down as now Bellingham wins it back. I'm sure Redlac would just like this 5th goal to try and make that goal difference a little bit better. So here comes Messi. Turns it back onto his left, is able to try and beat the first, but Bellingham again does his defensive work. And Vergang will put it out, and it is going to be an 8-4 victory then for Anders Vergang. An impressive performance, and Anders always puts on a show. It doesn't matter if you are a fan of his or you are not. He always entertains, that's for sure. As for Redlac, a good effort. In the end, going down 4-0, he was always going to struggle to get back into things. But I was impressed with the fact that he was able to keep it competitive. We can take a look back at some of the replays from the game as well, whether it's goals, whether it's misses, whether it's just Vergang being Vergang. It was still an entertaining game, and Vergang will get his first win of the tournament. He, of course, didn't play previously. Not everyone plays at the same time. And it was Vergang who was able to take a lead very quickly here to get the first and the second on the board. And it looked like it was going to be a very one-sided affair as he went 3-0 up. And then as he found the 4th, he started to enjoy himself a little bit. And I thought that maybe Redlac was then going to just allow this to become a dominant game in favor of Vergang, but he started to get himself back into things and also begin to frustrate Vergang a little bit. It was 2 quick-fire goals. Parejo managing to just sneak that one past the goalkeeper to make it 4-2, but then just before the half, Vergang thought he was going to make it 5. And then he did. He found that 5th goal in the second half, and then from there, he continued to pile on the pressure. And even though we saw a little bit of a fight back from Redlac, Vergang was constantly chirping towards him and letting him know who's boss. A beautiful finish from Dembele. I think that was the one that really put the final nail in the coffin before the 8th eventually found its way. And as the 4th went in for Redlac, that completes our game. It was 8-4 in favour of Anders Vergang. He will put the 3 points on the board. He will be at the top of the leaderboard as it stands, as far as I'm aware. Redlac will have to try and find wins elsewhere. So that's our second match of the day done here on the C Stream. We've had goals galore. Of course, we're going to have more action coming up. We are going to go for a break. When we come back, we'll have round 3 for you guys shortly.
it to me for free.
Oh wow, that's amazing!
Yeah.
Come with me, yeah.
What did I get? Do we get jam? Okay, so as I get it, the French don't really like the American tourists, right?
Not really.
So what can I say to have them truly embrace me as a local?
Just tell them.
Mbappé a Plumer! Kitty, it worked! They've accepted me as one of their own! I'm off to see Paris and it's all thanks to you!
Bon débat.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 2 rounds done, completed, and I'm joined by the one and only Leviathan. I just watched that match up against Piaget. You were down 4-2, but you were able to crawl your way back into that competition. Talk to me how you're feeling after round 1 for you.
Yeah, obviously I'm very happy. I won my first match, had a great start into the World Championship against a really, really good player, Piaget. As you said, like, he was up, but I just tried to focus on my game. Won the game at the end. So yeah, obviously I'm happy, and I'm looking forward to the round 2 against Karim.
Now let's talk about how you even qualified to be here. You went through play-ins, which I know was very grueling. You beat a Gueric in that final match. Do you find that gives you a little bit of advantage? Because you played 10 days ago. A lot of these other players played in their leagues months ago.
Yeah, true. Of course, I don't know if it's an advantage, but as you said, like, I had 10 days before, like, started to get in touch with the competition again, to being on a big stage. So I don't know if it's an advantage. I feel good. As you said, I beat Gueric also against a Brazilian guy, and now I'm happy to be here. And yeah, as I said, I'm looking forward to the next games.
Well, next games, let's talk about that one. Karim is back as your next opponent. So what is your mindset going into that one?
Like, the mindset is like, it is like every game playing against a really good player. Won the E-League Odd this year with his teammate Marwan. I don't know how he played his first game, but I just try to focus on my game, collecting points and going through the group stage.
All right, well, Love, you have had a fantastic start. I'll let you get back to those preparations. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Kicking things off with 3 points is not a bad start for the Red Bull. Let's take a look at some of the bigger action, though. And I heard that you two gentlemen have some crappy rosters. So I hold this card close to my chest, my heart normally. Chels, do you need this more, or do you think...
What's Casey doing here, man? I just had enough from over there. But
yeah, did you just toss Casey's 99 gold straight off the set?
I don't know where it's gone, actually.
Yes. Okay, sorry about that. We're going to be diving into this matchup a little bit deeper here. And of course, that was the closest fight. But were there any other surprises from this set for you?
Yeah, I mean, there was a massive surprise in that round. It was the lowest ranked player here, Milkalov. What a result against a man who we were speaking about at the start. Oberon is not odds, by the way. He is one of the best FC players around. A massive, massive result for Milkolov.
Yeah, I mean, Obron, you would not expect him, I guess, dropping the first game against an opponent like Milkolov. But like we said before in this competition, every player here can potentially go and win it. And there's no joke for them making it this far. So for Milkolov, he probably has that little upper hand where everyone's looking at him thinking that's the 3 points they need to get. And he can use that to his advantage. And what a start for him.
Now, you guys told me that Anders is in the GOAT conversation, that he is looking to go 5 for 5, but you didn't tell me he is this confident on stage. The man's a little bit sassy after each goal.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's a performer as well as a great FC player. We've seen it throughout the whole season. He's fantastic 8-4 win against Red Lac. I mean, let's push it over, though, shall we, to Samu Gamer, because we haven't really spoken about him much. Shells, I know during previous FC titles, you've said you're a massive fan of Samu Gamer, in particular the Dark Arts. Yeah. He got the job done in the first game.
And with Samu Gamer, like I said, he's for so young at his age, 17, 18, his whole game is complete. He can do it all, mechanically, defensively, scoring goals, crossing skills, the Dark Arts, as you said. And I think for Samu Gamer, he has that little ego in him, that little confidence, the arrogance you need to compete against the Anders and the Manny Bachors if you want to go far. And I think for Samu Gamer, this could be the tournament to go all the way.
All right, we've got some highlights rolling out here in just a little bit. Until we get to those, anyone you want to give a shout out to? I know we've got fans from all over the world watching the world's best here at FC Pro.
Oh, you know what? I've got to give a shout out to the guys who were making so much noise last year, and that was the Team Falcons guys. They brought the vibes in Saudi when we were there last year in Riyadh, and it was amazing. I know they'll be watching in their numbers. They would have been so happy with the way Anders played in the last game. I mean, this man as well, Shells. Bonanno, he got his first win on the board. Yeah. He's got Jafonso next.
Yeah, and I think that was a big game for Bonanno because you know you're playing your teammate in the next round and you want to start off with a win. Of course, you want to beat your teammate as well, but you don't want to have more pressure on basing your teammate if he had a bad result first game. And against Casio, winning that game, who came through the play-ins, that's a big start from Bonanno. And now we're going on to Danny Pitbull and Neat.
How did Neat do so far in his opening set?
I mean, Neat's got the win as well. I mean, he came through the play-ins like we said. I think the players who come through the play-ins have that little edge because they've been here, they've done it before. Danny Pitbull, of course, one of the nicest men in the scene, but also a very, very good FC player. Not the best start for him. But in this league stage, there's plenty of games to go. I want to ask you something. You said to me, I mean, that Matty against Jafonso fixture, which is coming up a little bit later, this is an individual competition, albeit these guys are competitors. They're winners, both of them. How much thought is going to go into that? Because surely both players in that game are going to try and win, no matter what. And look, from a Man City esports perspective, they would like the results to, the players to be getting as many points as they can. But in this one, you just got to sit back and let them go at each other.
Yeah, of course, it's friendly competition. I think it's tough for the boys because they work all season together through all year. So you don't really want to play your team at any times. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner. So these boys have to face each other. But luckily, it's in the group and league phases, and hopefully they can avoid each other in the knockouts if they get past. But it's a big game for them both, and they want to try and, I guess, have the bragging rights of who's the #1 at Man City.
Yeah, bragging rights indeed. Of course, Guga Faraz is also part of the Man City esports division as well. He's representing the team that he qualified with whilst being here. I mean, one thing that we've seen, Bucket, is the goals, the amount of goals. We can't say it enough. There are so many goals going in every single moment.
High-scoring games across the board, and we are just 2 sets in. Reminder, we are going to do 3 sets today. That is 3 matches on each stage, and of course, we have 3 days of this. So at the end, we mentioned you want to have at least 7 points, maybe 8 points after watching this opening round. Shells, what are we feeling?
Yeah, you can't really put a number on it, but I think 7 is a safe bet. I think if you got 8, you're definitely
good.
Through. If you don't make it through at 8, I'm sorry, brother. That's not on me. But I think you can't really put a number on it. But 8 or 7.
7. You reckon 7 points is getting you in that 24?
There's a few. There might be 1 or 2 7 that might not make it.
So what about top 8 then? Because
top 8's got to be double digits.
I think we're gonna see. 11. I think we're gonna see a very, very important aspect of it, which is the tiebreaker style, the head-to-heads and everything like that within this format. This is the best format in FC, in my opinion. We've seen it.
You like the format?
I absolutely love this format. I'm so glad that it's here at the World Championships. It's also nice to see tactically how the players sort of react to where they are in the leaderboards. Of course, everyone wants that top 8, but I mean, if you get in the top 8, you go into a round.
You're guaranteed top 16.
Yeah, you're guaranteed top 16. So prize money wise, you're happy, but you also have to play your first game against an opponent who's already had a game in the round before.
But didn't you play 6 games to get there? Isn't that enough?
Yeah, I hear it, but on the day, Shells, you're better placed to answer this, right? On the day, would you rather have a first game to settle in, be confident, and then play against someone who's in the top 8? Of course, if you're playing the top 8 player, you're playing one of the best in the competition so far. Or would you rather be in that top 8, in that 16, and come up against someone who's warm, who's confident, who's just had a great win to get there? What are you thinking?
I'm a 50-50 man because I like.
Oh, I'm gonna sit on the fence. That's not allowed on my desk. I need a A or a B. Pick one.
Okay, hear me out. I think I would take the skip of the round just because it takes a lot of pressure.
Right.
But
I can prep for both people too.
But having the advantage of maybe winning the round before, it is a bit of an unfair advantage in a way. But I like to relax, so let me skip around, please.
Just take the prize when you're happy.
I'm good,
like
bro.
it.
In this sport, how much are you guys prepping for your opponent? Are you purely playing your game? Because there's counter picks in other titles where you're making sure that your opponent can't play their perfect game.
Surely you've got to just prepare to score goals in this game.
Yeah.
Speaking of scoring goals, I'm told our casters are ready to call some. The next round of games is ready. Take it away, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you very much, guys.
Rich, just one thing. Shells, how is that fence you're sitting on? How is it? How is it looking like? Come on, we're here to give predictions. Rich, I know you're a man of predictions. Did Umid against MS Tasari, how is it looking for you?
It's just such a tough one because you don't know what to expect from Dossary. Obviously, you can talk about his accolades all day long. 2018 world champion, multiple time champion across the board. However, when it comes down to it, he's also the chairman of Team Falcons. He's also a very, very, very busy man. But he's still applying himself. He finished second in the ESPL Saudi Pro League title behind that man right there, Abu Maka, a once Falcon, now no longer. So if I were to give a prediction, I think Umit wins. However, I'm more intrigued to see what the King of the Jungle can offer us.
I agree 100%. I'm curious to see how MS Tasari is going to play in here, because I know, as you mentioned, being the CEO, being the chairman of Falcons.
Busy guy.
He's a busy guy, but I know he's been working with Javi Villar for a couple of years, but specifically for these last couple of months. I'm curious to see how he's going to approach this FC Pro World Championship as well.
I'll take you a little peek behind the curtain. We obviously, Team Falcons, this is almost their tournament. They've won it twice now. They are looking for the ultimate prize, the club championship, the top spot. There was maybe a conversation saying, you want to come on and maybe talk about that? How important is it that Team Falcons have a great representation in the FC Pro World Championships? I'm not the CEO of Team Falcons this week. I'm a player, was his answer. I think that shows maybe the mindset that we're going to get.
Welcome back everyone to the FC Pro World Championship.
On the other side of the stage, you can't not talk about the 2022 World
round
Champion.
One game on our hands, and of course,
from RB Leipzig.
On this stream
we
today.
talk about those
Luca Perez versus Emre Yilmaz.
He's not
really
really
on our screens.
In that
two players who were well decorated in FC 26, and of course, just in FC in general. Emre Yilmaz in particular, very decorated in terms of how many trophies he's been able to pick up. One of the best in the world. I'm expecting him to be at the latter stages of competition. His opponent, Guga Perez, is going to be the one who is actually attacking right now and finds the first goal as well. Gustavo, who recently last year was signed by Man City. Of course, then changed his allegiance now in 26. Nice early lead against Emre Yilmaz. It's going to give him a world of confidence. Emre Yilmaz, who of course won the 2025 E-Champions League, has won the La Liga FC Pro Cup. He's yet to win a world championship though. The biggest trophy that has eluded him so far. What a move then for Ferres. And manages to find a second. As easy as that. And now he has a 2-0 lead. And Emre Yilmaz already Needs to find a way to answer with the pressure that has been applied to him here. And again, there's more to this game just than the FC Pro World Championship. The Esports World Cup Club Championship plays a big factor, and Team Liquid, another team who are well up there with the chances of trying to win the whole thing. So I'm sure they'd love Emre Yilmaz to be picking them points up. But at this rate, it's all Ferrers. Bellingham can't quite find that pass through. O'Reilly on this left-hand side is going to be able to play it upfield now. As Dembele has options left and right. Parejo. Denied initially. It is going to give a chance for a counter-attack on the other side. As now Pina goes through the middle. In fact, he goes to Wharton instead. It's great back and forth passing, but just not able to execute in that final third right now for Emre Yilmaz. He just needs something to settle this game down a little bit. Bellingham plays it into Dembele, who just scoops it up. I don't know if that was an accident or whether it was an intention to try and hit it on the volley. But he's somehow managed to win the ball back anyway. And Emre Yilmaz will find his first goal. I felt like it was a little bit of a mistake on the other end. Don't feel like Emre should have been given that chance and that opportunity, but he will take them every day of the week. So after all the hard work from Ferrers, he needs to try and reinstate this 2-1 lead now as Parejo can't get past the bunch of defenders that have been able to find themselves in the centre. It's a fantastic over-the-top through ball though, and he's able to just get it down, but O'Reilly is quick enough to stop that chance from really getting anywhere before it got too nasty. And again, the same things apply really to what I was talking about in our previous games, as this is still the first match for both of these players. Fantastic ball that is as well. Parejo now manages to find Vicky in the middle. Oh, it's a beautiful turn, and the finish is exquisite. And that 2-goal lead is reinstated. And again, Emre Yilmaz just kind of sighing about it, frustrated. It is tough when you've spent months planning and prepping for this event. And of course the entire season just to get here. For then your first round to already be down by 3-1. You have to have such good mental to compete in FC Esports. And we know Emre Yilmaz certainly has been able to bounce back before from similar positions to this. So never count him out. "25 minutes gone, but Bellingham just still charging down this right-hand side. Manages to play it inside to Dembele, and the low-driven will convert his second goal of the game. It is funny as well, the speed of which we get into the next. No kind of replay watching, no hesitation. No sips of water. Both players straight into the next phase of the game, really. So now puts Yilmaz right back into this now. Although, I was going to say, that was a penetrating through ball. I mean, both players look very dangerous going forward. Similarly to the games you've already witnessed on the stream today. Lots of attacking football. Very difficult to defend some of these players with the passes they're able to get through. They move the ball around so well, so difficult to keep up with. And this is one of those examples as Salah probably wants to get it onto his left foot. Does so, but O'Reilly easily scoops it up and then gives it away. Those are the times where you don't really want to be giving the ball away. You have to be doing a little bit better over the top. But McTominay was onside apparently, but couldn't really do anything with the header. It's a weird animation. It looked like he maybe should have done a little bit better with it. Ferrers is going to be offside and a chance to pause and take a look at what's going right or wrong for both of these players. It's certainly been an entertaining first half so far. So for Emre Yilmaz, what has been a somewhat quieter year than perhaps we're used to seeing him. If we go all the way back to January, he did lose out in the grand final of the FC Pro 26 Open against Anders Vergang. Lost that one 4-1, but still walked away with $60,000. He then competed in the E-Divisie, was able to win the E-Divisie as well, but then finished top 16 in the E-Champions League, which, we look back at a replay, and it is going to be just one of those chances that just seemed unsavable. For Emre, I think as a previous E-Champions League winner, maybe he expected a little bit more at the E-Champions League this year, but not able to get past those top 16 stages. He lost to Samu Gamer in the end, the Italian who we know and love. And that was a chance. That last replay, I thought maybe McTominay could have done more with it. As these games are starting to fly through now, the league table is starting to find its structure after the first round. As Bellingham just tries to bully his way through, but can't quite get through that. Still some big players yet to play. The likes of Umut, who we know also is a avid trophy winner. MS Dasari, but elsewhere in our game, Pina's able to find a fourth.
Not sure what you're referring to there. Can you clarify?
Apparently I set off my Alexa as well, so everything came through the microphone. Technical. We'll mute that one. But anyway, 4-2. As Ferrers now regains that comfortable 2-goal cushion. Oh, hold on a second. That's far too easy as Dembele is going to slot home his third. Ferrers probably looking at that one saying, well, how have I just let that slip? Bizarre. So easy for Yilmaz to be able to walk that one through. It is going to be a throw-in in favour of Ferrers here. Here's Xhaka. As Mo Salah now on the right. Has looked dangerous, but does need a little bit of help because Ferrers is doing very well at commanding a lot of this space. And that's exactly that. You force a risky pass, and now you can break. And break you shall. There's a chance for the 5th goal now. Oh, it's off the post. Should have been another 2-goal lead. And now Yilmaz has the chance to punish him at the other side here. Dembele strikes it, and that's exactly what happens from one end to the other. How cruel a game of FC can be. What should have been a 2-goal lead, we now find ourselves at 4-4. That's the danger of playing against someone like Emre Yilmaz. On the side of Ferrers, though, he played in the E-Liga Portugal, was able to get to 2nd place in those finals. Top 4 in the E-Lib as well. representing Man City, of course. And then top 16 himself in the E-Champions League. Actually lost out to Nasada, who we saw play in our first match of the day. As there's going to be the half, then 4-4 somehow, some way. You would have thought this one was going to be quite firmly in Ferrer's hands. But for Emre Yilmaz, he'll be delighted to keep himself in this one. After going 2-0 down, he didn't look too happy. These are some of the replays from earlier as well. I mean, that McTominay chance. This was a beautiful finish from Peanut. But then this one, I mean, Maldini completely caught out of position. And then what should have been a 5-3 lead there was quickly overturned into 4-4. Which sets us up perfectly for the second half here. Even though Ferrers has looked probably the better in terms of his ability to go forward. It's that counter-attack potential from Emre Yilmaz. He just looks deadly in the final third. Can't give him these chances too easily, otherwise he is going to be able to punish you over and over again. But the Brazilian certainly doesn't look out of his depth. He's been playing up with the biggest and the best all season long. And the practice has definitely worked out. I mean, we look back at the E-Lib would be his best performance in terms of prize money. So 2026 has been his most successful year of FC competition. One of our younger competitors as well is Ferrers. But as we're now back underway, who's going to take this game by the scruff of the neck? I don't think these two players have actually competed against each other in FC history. So this one is going to be a first. It is funny how across the years we do get repetitive matches sometimes. But this one's a freshie, as now Ferrers with a chance to regain his lead, and that he shall. Parejo manages to comfortably slot it home. A well-deserved lead reinstated now, but can you try and take a little bit more command of this game? Edge of the box, has a chance to try and drill it, but instead plays it into Bellingham here. Bullied off the ball by Maldini, and now the counter-attack is there for Ferrers. Player has gone through the middle, opts not to pass it, playing it a little bit more safe, but I say that the risk of O'Reilly just being able to nab it as the left back, and now O'Reilly making a run actually, and will be through on goal. O'Reilly does manage to slot it home as well, and it is going to be 5-5. What a game. Back and forth we go with these two competitors. So difficult to call which way this one's going to go. I mean, Emre Yilmaz yet to be ahead, but you feel like if he does go ahead, will it be a little bit too much for Ferrers to get back into? Bellingham now needs a little bit of support, being hassled and harried. Does manage to get it towards the byline. Oh, it's beautiful control as well. Fizzes one into Salah. O'Reilly steals away, and now here's the counter. Here's the danger. Salah was on an absolute mission on the right-hand side, and instead he does go inside. Unable to find that ball. So good defensive work from Yilmaz. As now Dembele finds one through! Oh, Bellingham! What a finish that is! What a goal from Emre Yilmaz! As he finds the lead for the first time in this game through an absolute banger. I mean, what can you do against that? So for the first time, Ferrers finds himself behind. How is he going to react? Perhaps he can get an equaliser right away. Yes, he can. It's goals galore here in this matchup. You don't even get a chance to really celebrate, to even take in the moment that you're ahead here. The game just instantly ripped back away from you. That being said, Ferrers needs to be aware that Emre has those kind of goals in his locker as well. It is interesting watching these players and how they play, and again it's an attempt of a finesse at the edge, but this time the keeper is able to be wise to it. Both players happy to work the ball through the middle here. Play those 1-2s and find those penetrating passes. Now Xhaka being given a little bit of freedom on the edge. Bit of jockeying coming through from Ferrers now. And he's done well to deny that pass from being able to get through. The player lock switch, and actually now Parejo's going to be through. But Parejo is too quick to it. 25 minutes left in what has been such an entertaining game between these two. And honestly, with the way it's been going, I wouldn't be surprised if we get another 4 goals. As a reminder, it is the league stage, so it can end as a draw. The points can be shared. But Mo Salah maybe looks to try and take advantage of a good pass, but not able to squirm his way through. Here's O'Reilly. Ferrers slowing the game down a little bit now. He feels the pressure from Yilmaz coming through. 1-2, the path. The run actually got blocked there by Maldini. It was a bit of a body block, but still has possession. O'Reilly has just been too good, though, at left back. And actually, that's a beautiful ball and a chance now to take the lead again for Yilmaz if it was onside, which it is not. Gonna be offside. And at around 70 minutes, it's time for changes then for the players. Let us know in the chat where you think this one's going to go. You think Emre Yilmaz can overturn this one? Or is it going to be Ferrers who continues to take the lead over and over again? Elsewhere, I was right in that after his win, Anders Bergang was able to put himself up towards the top of the table. Not first, though. Actually, Samu Gamer, the Italian I mentioned a little bit earlier, who had beaten Emre Yilmaz in the E-Champions League, finds himself in first place after a 9-3 win. But at 6-6, both of these players would be at 1-1 in terms of their points. But Dembele slots it into the bottom right. And off of that break and off of the changes, Ferrer's able to take the lead again. And Emre Yilmaz probably thinking to himself, how many times can I come back into this game? And after all that time making those changes, like, that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow. As I was saying, if they were drawing, they would take the 1 point and they would both be in the middle of the pack. But now, Ferrers closer towards taking the full 3 here. Parajuelo has been, quite the danger player on the left, time and time again. But Dembele also been a huge threat. Every single time he's on the ball, some of these player items in-game are so difficult to play against, especially at this stage of the game's life cycle as well, when we get the items that are 98, 99 rated. And that's why we see so many goals, because statistically, this is when they're at their very best. "19 minutes left then for Emre Yilmaz to try and rescue a point here, or maybe even overturn it and get 3. Parajuelo now. Back to Xhaka. Ball stolen away. And Emre Yilmaz is going to be a bit more aggressive here and may just leave himself a little bit open at the back, as Parajuelo on the other side now. Stretching her legs but not able to get through. She's so quick when she gets going. As I said, these highly rated cards, they're just, oh God, they're so good. Pina now into Dembele. Maybe a chance to try and seal the deal. Could that be enough for Ferris? It's a 2-goal lead. I think I just saw a wild Richard Buckley in the background as well. That's always a pleasure. But 8-6 now. A 2-goal advantage and 15, make it 14 minutes for Emre Yilmaz to try and come back from a 2-goal deficit once more. Parajuelo. Into Musiala. And every time that a chance goes by here, we're slowly starting to think the 3 points might be heading Ferrer's way. As I'm sure he'll be trying to control the game a little bit with possession. That being said, there are gaps that he can take advantage of at the back here. Good pressure being applied by Yilmaz. Good manual passing as well, just to ensure that ball goes to exactly where he wants to. And yeah, this is a bit of game management now, as the pause is going to be cued by Yilmaz as he realizes he needs to go even more attacking to try and regain this ball. Into Pina. There's going to be plenty of space to Dembele. Salah! Oh! That was it. That would have been the game winner. Yilmaz still just about in this one. Needs a goal soon, though, and it could happen right now. Dembele to try and take us to 7. Got to be a save. That may have been it. That may have been your chance back into this tie. And after some incredible goals we've already seen, that one, however, tried to go down low. Keeper was wise to it. There's now Salah on the other side. Again, just eating away at that time. It's so frustrating when you've queued up that pause and you can't even get the chance to make those changes because the ball's not gone out of play. But maybe through a goal here, Pereira. It's going to be a chance, and oh, it almost managed to find its way through. Parajuelo struck it cleanly. We'll go out for a corner, and those changes can be made now, but with only 5 minutes left, it's more likely Emre Yilmaz playing to try and rescue a draw here rather than 3 points. It's difficult really to try and even make these changes to try and get yourself in the headspace of I can find 2 goals in 5. But if anyone can do it, a player of the sheer caliber of Emre Yilmaz, likely to find at least one. And it doesn't get easier for Yilmaz as well when you look at the games that he has to play, actually. After Ferrers, he plays Vergang, then Umut, PH Zin, Virgil, who we saw earlier, and MS Dasari. That is an insane run of being able to play. That is a world champion, another world champion, and another world champion. So this one, when he was probably looking at this game list and the players he had to face, probably hoping he was able to find the 3 points here. Needs a goal right here, right now. Arujo into Musiala, and O'Reilly able to just get a leg out and deny that one. Maldini brings it down to Bellingham, and it is then just nabbed away. And that may have been the chance of Yilmaz picking up a point, just dissipating right in front of his very eyes. As now Ferrers goes back to game management here, goes up, back to holding on to the ball. Yilmaz is going to be able to get possession back, though. Has to score right here, right now, for any chance, and maybe there is going to be an opportunity. Okay. 30 seconds left in regular time, and it is now 8-7. We will get added on time, usually a minute or two. So this is where you need to throw everything at the kitchen sink. Apply as much pressure as possible. Make sure that everyone is going to be closing down. So obviously Ferrers is going to get possession. He'll have kickoff, and he's going to just try and hold on to the ball here. But you need to be hunting down that ball. Maybe there can be one chance to try and find an equalizer. And that point could be absolutely vital, especially when you look at the chance for them to do so. Because his chances of getting through with the players that he's playing against, this point could be huge. And now Ferrers is going to do everything he can to just deny any sort of chance here, as we go into 2 minutes of added on time. Question one, Yilmaz has already brought his keeper off the line, by the way, to try and win the ball back. He's got an extra player to do so, so his goal is completely open. Can you win the ball back, and then can you score? Ferrers trying to hold on to it desperately. The keeper's still there to try and apply that extra little bit of pressure. Ball gets lumped up. Heads down, plays it forward. There is going to be one last chance for Yilmaz then. Can he find this equalizer? Dembele! No, he can. Maldini hoofs it upfield, and Ferrers will take the win. 8-7. The 3 points will be his. I love that from Yilmaz, though, bringing the keeper off the line to just have an extra body on the field to try and win the ball back as quick as possible. But a huge victory for Ferrers. And those are some of the player items I was talking about. Such highly rated items that you can play with. There we go. 8-7 in the end, and Emre Yilmaz cannot quite find any sort of chance to get back into the game, and he will still be without any points after the first round. And he has some difficult matches coming up. As I mentioned, Anders Vergang is going to be his next opponent. He also plays Umut. He also has to play MS Dasari, world champions across the board that you have to try and find points up and against. On the other side, for Ferrers, he has done very well to find 3 points here. We can look back at some of the replays and how he was able to find said 3 points as well, with some fantastic goals and incredible work in general to take down a giant that is Emre Yilmaz. And for Ferrers, I mean, it's a very different run of games. He's got RVP Legend, he's got Luke, he's got Adida, he's got Bryce. I would say Emre Yilmaz, one of the more difficult games that he was going to have today, so to find those 3 points is absolutely huge. But it was goals galore throughout this matchup. Just so important that Ferrers continued to find himself ahead. In fact, it looked like he was going to be 5-3 ahead, and then this chance happened. Yeah, collides with the post. Parajuelo not able to find it, but then on the other side, Emre Yilmaz tied us up 4-4. But then Parajuelo was able to get the goal for Ferrers. Giving the lead once more, but then O'Reilly. Beautiful run from left back, and then for the first time in the game, we saw Yilmaz take a 6-5 lead with an absolute banger of a goal. And again, it was the lady of the moment, Parajuelo, who was able to find the 6th. And from there, Ferrers took the 2-goal lead going into the last remaining 15 minutes. And even though Yilmaz was able to find a lifeline, it was not quite enough to get even a point on the board. But But a fantastic matchup that we had once more, enjoying the games that we have on stream at the moment. I'm sure everyone watching is as well. But we are going to go for a break. When we come back, I believe we start round 2. So I'm excited to see what matchups we have then. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this. Welcome back to everyone to the FC Pro World Championship at the Esports World Cup 2026. And we're now into our second round of games now. And a chance to actually see Samu Gamer in action, who is leading the league table as it stands on goal difference. He won his first matchup 9-3, so he finds himself at the tippy top of the table. As for Obrun, sadly, he lost his first game against Milka. Finds himself at 0-1, but a chance to maybe find a goal here for Obrun. These are two Italians. They both know each other very well. A lot of history between them, competing in very similar competitions and leagues. That being said, they've not played each other very often in terms of actual competition. They've played a lot of friendlies against one another. For Samu Gamer, he's had a pretty good season so far. Top 4 of the E-Champions League, top 4 of the E-Serie A. And that's how he's earned his position here at the FC Pro World Championship. On the other side for Obrun, a lot of his achievements came in 2025. Finished top 8 at the Pro World Championship last year. And it's for reasons like that. Just has that ability to pull and pluck goals out of nowhere. As for this year, he qualified here through play-ins just 2 weeks ago, was in Paris. Was able to finish in the top 10 to be able to play and compete in this competition today. The last chance qualifier into play-ins. Quite the journey. And now finds himself 1-0 up here against Samu. Samu with a chance to reply though. Should be 1-1 and will be 1-1. Great response. At the moment, from the games we've watched, no one can really hold on to a lead. So it seems like just as our previous games, this one's going to be difficult to call and a bit of a roller coaster in terms of the journey we're going to go on. The game arguably more important for Obrun, just as he's already had that loss today. McTominay now. Can't quite fizz that ball through where he would have liked, so Samu Gamer gets the chance to try and hit the counter-attack. Almost thought he was going to get that long raking through ball. Kika. Out to Saka now. Just going to try and beat the man. Can't initially get past, and the player switching happened as well. You don't really want to be going into AI. I'm going to try to take a 1v1 against the player if you can. Davies. And Obrun just trying to work this one slowly and methodically at the moment, waiting for that opening. Doesn't need to take any risks, but Maldini easily scoops that one up, and now this is where the danger happens. Counter-attack is going to be there, but Yapstam somehow, some way gets to it. That was a pretty lackluster pass in the end. As now Obrun gets back to just dominating possession. So many gaps opening up right now. Samu is being very rigid in defense. Again, he just keeps switching to those central midfielders, tracking back, giving him the advantage, but Obrun doing exactly the same. This time he's doing it with his wingers. Just making sure those passing lanes are cut off comfortably. Yapstam denies once more. Through ball is going to be there. And suddenly Samu has a chance to maybe take the lead here if he can find the finish, but keeper was able to close down that gap, make the angle tight. And instead it's going to be a corner that is played all the way out to the edge. O'Reilly into Bellingham. And the short passes are there, but just nowhere else to go. Has to retreat all the way back to his own half before he eventually is able to play one back through. I was hoping he was going to drag a couple of players with him, perhaps. Do it. Does have help in the middle. Bellingham! It's 2-1. And Samu Gamer, our leader at the moment in the league, able to continue to find points and find goals. And despite taking an early lead here, Oberon now finds himself behind. Just a couple of words with the coach. The coach, I'm sure, just trying to keep him calm, settle him down. Because whilst I was talking about earlier in previous games when it's the first round of the day, there's those nerves. By round 2, the nerves are usually settled in that manner. But if you have lost your first game, suddenly you start to think, all right, is it just going to be one of those days? If I lose again here, suddenly my back's against the wall. And if you find yourself at 3 losses, you're starting to worry that maybe elimination is on the cards already. The opposite thought, though, for Samu Gamer. Maybe thinking, perhaps I can go all the way here. We did see him win the E-Serie A of 2025, so he does know what lifting a trophy feels like. But this will be something quite different, as there's a third, as Samu Gamer takes a 3-1 lead now. And as I said, the FC Pro World Championship is a very different matter when it comes to being a winner. There's only a certain amount of people that have been able to call themselves world champions. A long way to go, though. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, of course, but at the moment, Samu Gamer is the #1 player in the league table. I couldn't tell if he was wiping water in his eyes. Maybe he has something in his eye. That's always the worst. I definitely played a long series back when I competed. I felt like I had something in my eye. It's very distracting. So hopefully Samu was able to sort that out. There's now Oberon from kickoff. Does he have anything to answer back? Can he get himself back into this game? Perhaps through this pass now to Kika. O'Reilly's been excellent at left back, by the way. I think if I was building my team, I'd definitely be using O'Reilly. There's now Saka. Player lock switch, tries to play that through ball. Can't quite squeeze it through the gap. There's now Samu. Really controlling this game, slowing this one down. Doesn't want to open himself up to too many counter-attacks here. And that's always a win. If the ball is hoofed out from the back there, you're not under as much pressure from the counter as long as you can make sure you win the header. Sancho plays it into De Jong, and it's one more as well. And actually, somehow, Casillas gets a hand on it. Did he play one extra too many passes there? As it will give Oberon a chance on now the counter-attack. But Yapstam, yet again, is the man in the moment when it comes to defense. Freeman now. Samu again taking advantage of the space he's been able to create on that right, but then forcing his way through the middle. Waiting for these runs to happen. Tries to generate one himself. You don't want to allow yourself to go 3 goals down here, but it may just happen right here, right now. One extra ball through the middle perhaps does find Bellingham. Twists onto his left, but that is a lackluster shot in the end. Does come off one of the players, so it is going to be a corner ball. And actually, it's going to be a free kick in the end. De Jong was forced off the ball by Saka. This is an interesting position for a free kick. Does play it short. No sort of attempt on a direct shot at goal. But he does still continue to apply. The extra bit of pressure is now Sancho. Needs help and support. Does find it through Do It. Into Bellingham now, but Stam again ever present. I tried to play the ball up too quickly, did Oberon. Just a few minutes left before the half. I'm sure Oberon probably feels like this is his last chance before they have to actually find a goal to get back into it, because if you lose the ball here, you may not get it back. Here is Kika. Oh, it's a good effort. But in the end, comfortably taken by Casillas. Nice over the top through ball. Could be a chance for actually a fourth goal if McTominay can bring it down, but Casillas with the head. Just couldn't gain control of it. And in the end, it's just going to fizzle out. So it is going to be at half-time. Samu Gamer at 3. Oberon at 1. And it would keep Samu at the top of the table, of course, but everyone will be hunting him down. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you are first or if you are 8th. As long as you're in that top 8, you get the automatic spots in the knockout stages. Otherwise, as I said, if you finish 9th through 24th, you have to then play through another stage to get yourself into the final 16. And as we're back underway, I wonder whether we're going to see a slightly different approach here from Oberon. It's a few times he's tried something a little bit similar in his approach to head down the middle of the field here. Oh, that's a beautiful ball, though. McTominay is offside. It was such a good chance, but just an inch offside, it would seem. That's the kind of creativity you want to see. You want to see people trying something a little bit different. Some players can get caught in a little bit of a rut trying the same thing over and over, but that time it is a little bit different. The shift onto the left completely caught Samu off guard. You don't want to find yourself getting into a pattern of play that your opponent can begin to read over and over again. But now Samu, oh, I thought he was going to bury that. A chance right from kickoff to try and make it 4-2. But Oberon now back into this tie. Oh, nice player switch into the ball over the top to McTominay, but can't bring it down. It is quite wild commentating McTominay as a player item as well. Every year there's always one surprise who manages to sneak through. But of course, with the rule set in place and the team that you can build, it does change which players are going to appear. That's why we don't see all the R9s and the Pelés that we used to see back in the day, depending on what squad restrictions were. Here's O'Reilly. De Jong quickly dispossessed. This is good from Oberon, not being too antsy with his play. I think the second goal would have been able to settle him down quite a lot here. Samu is relentless with his defense, by the way. Really tracking and cutting off these passing lanes successfully. Making life very tough for Oberon to actually find any sort of gap to play with. Then eventually, Oberon gets frustrated, tries to make a pass, and in the end is dispossessed. So Samu doing everything he needs to keep control of this game, really. Nice ball. McTominay is going to be making that run as well through the middle now. Does actually find McTominay, and there's the finish to follow. Samu makes it 4. Definitely a heated discussion with the coach. Samu rocks back and forth in his chair, trying to stay focused. One of the most difficult things with FC Esports is the mental side of it. As soon as you take your eye off the ball, quite literally, your opponent gets that chance, they're through. And you give them that momentum, that belief. Here's De Jong. For Oberon, has plenty of options, does actually find one, but in the end, Yapstam was just able to get a foot in. It wasn't a clean shot that got away in the end. When you look at Samu's upcoming games, he plays RVP Legend next. Abu Maka, who of course is a fan favourite at Esports World Cup. Manu Bashore and Luke also. So some difficult games to follow. This feels like a must-win for him, really, to try and keep himself at the top of the pack. Give himself that room for error. Here's Sancho now. Oh, it's off the post. I was about to say it's beautiful. So close for Samu to make it 5-2 here. And perhaps that is a lifeline here for Oberon. And now he might be offside, actually. He is going to be. Very fine margins between the two right now. We've had two pretty close offside calls, and now the crossbar. Oh, sorry, the post has been hit. Sancho. Had the support on the left, opts to go on the right instead. Is Dewey. He's just run himself into a little bit of trouble. Constantly just backing up, recycling the play, waiting to see if maybe you can get that through ball as De Jong stretches his legs into the box. Happy to hold on to it at the moment, though, as the second man press comes in now from Oberon. Make it third man press, but that's a beautiful ball. O'Reilly now into Bellingham. Arujo, though, denies. And here comes Oberon on the counter. Parajuelo is going to be able to move through the middle of the pitch here and actually gets past the defender, but Casillas makes the save, and then the defenders do their work as well. Oberon probably thought for sure he was guaranteed a goal. And maybe he'll still get the chance here, but no, he's denied once more. And you can see in the cams, Samu Gamer's coach just saying, slow this one down, hold on to that ball, you're under a lot of pressure. Oh, and then that is a beautiful over-the-top through ball as now McTominay a chance to make it a fifth, and he does. Does that wrap things up now with a 3-goal lead going into the final 15? After all that pressure from Oberon. It amounts to nothing in the end. Parajuelo so close to getting him back into the game. And suddenly now this mountain becomes even harder to climb. 13 minutes left. You feel that has to be a goal soon if he's going to give himself any sort of chance of trying to rescue something here. Fullback approaching, and Sancho steals it away, and those are the kind of things you cannot do when you're chasing a game. You can't give these freebies. And Bellingham with a chance to put the final nail in the coffin, slams it home. That's going to be the game, 6-2. I think Samu knows it. And not only is he going to get another 3 points, but he's going to continue to increase his goal difference here at the top of the table. The closest to him was Anders Vergang, who of course won his game 8-4 against Red Lac. But Anders Vergang now playing against Emre Yilmaz, so in his second round, that might be a slightly tighter affair. So many goals in these games, though. I think the lowest scoring game we've had so far today across any of the streams is 2-1. And then outside of that, it's 4-1. But we've had 8 sevens, 10-7, 9-3, 8-4, 7-5, 8-7, 8-7. I mean, 10-7, 9-3. It's been goals galore here at the FC Pro World Championship at Esports World Cup 2026. But sadly for Oberon, this game is pretty much wrapped up. Unless you believe in miracles. Some do. Samu Gamer, just to put it out of any shadow of doubt, is going to be offside, but still looking to try and find more and more goals here. I mean, for Samu, the fact he has been able to get as far as he has in other competitions, top 4 in the E-Champions League, only losing out to Anders Vergang. Oh, Bellingham! It may just be a consolation goal at this point, but it was a beauty. As I was saying, Samu Gamer losing out to Anders Vergang in the E-Champions League. He lost 6-5. Very close matchup. But to even be in the top 4 of the E-Champions League really does put you as one of the best players in the world coming into this competition, that's for sure. So it's to no surprise he is at the top of the table at the moment. For Oberon here, he's just watching Samu Gamer hold on to the ball. And perhaps Oberon feels like maybe the goal difference is a little bit more important than some others may think. He was reluctant to really go chasing for the ball here. And with that, definitely gave up a bit of time and gave up any sort of opportunity that he would find a point here, but he would know better than anyone what he's capable of in the amount of time that was available. So with 2 minutes left, can Samu just add one more to rub a little bit of salt in the wound here? Oh, a nasty little tackle. So in the battle between these two Italians, it's Samu Gamer who is able to come out on top. Oberon maybe try something in the end, but the final whistle was going to go. In the end, it is 6-3 in favour of Samu Gamer. And the Italian who was leading the league table going into that one looks like he will continue to be at the top. Of course, whether he's at the very top will depend on goal difference, but having a +3 goal difference is certainly fantastic for him. We can look back at the replays of this matchup then and just see how Samu Gamer was able to find all of these goals. In the end, it was Oberon who took the lead, or sorry, at the beginning, it was Oberon who took the lead. And then Samu was able to respond instantly to find the equaliser. And this was when he began to look a little bit flustered with his coach, but didn't seem to matter in his gameplay as he took the lead. And ever since he did take the lead, he was able to really take control of this game. Every single attack, he looked threatening. And even though there were some fluffed attempts, all that mattered was that he was able to hold on to that lead going into halftime. And then ever since that, despite the offside, he was still finding chance after chance. Now, Oberon was able to find one back, and that was when his lifeline happened. But then once the fourth went in, it suddenly became a little bit too tall of a task to try and break back through to this game. And after that one came off the post, I thought maybe this was going to be the opportunity, but look at the defensive work being done on the side of Samu. Parajuelo just not able to find the back of the net. And then this really was the one that killed off the game. Take a 5-2 lead. And then it was Bellingham who really put through the last final piece of the puzzle. So in the end, Samu Gamer able to win that one 6-3 after the late consolation goal. So Samu will stay at the top of the table. Oberon is now 0-2 with his loss record, so he's going to need some wins soon. Otherwise, he might find himself down in the elimination stage of this league table. Anyway, we're going to go for a break, but of course, when we come back, we're going to have more FC action. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the FC Pro World Championship at the Esports World Cup 2026. We are still in our round 2 of matches, but we have another special one for you. We've got MS Dasari, a previous world champion, and of course representative of Team Falcons for their club championship run here at the Esports World Cup. And of course one of the owners as well, being able to play in his own game, and maybe he gets the first goal, and he will! What a way to start here, just minutes in. I haven't even been able to mention who he's playing against yet. His competitor is going to be Adida. Young US talent. Finished top 8 in the EMLS Cup. Has finished in several second places in North American qualifiers as well. And I do think is going to be a name that we see a lot of the more we get into FC Esports with years to come. But going up against one of the greatest of all time, MS Dasari was certainly considered as the best of all time and is very much in that conversation. But now maybe we'll see a reply. No, not just yet. We've historically had the discussion of Dasari versus Tex. Were they the best? And then Anders Vergang came into the conversation and perhaps, with all of his achievements, has surpassed the two. But that does not discredit the achievements and the history and how good MS Dasari has been throughout this esport. And still continues to be, it would seem. As every year, I think maybe we've seen the last of MS Dasari. He still pops right back up onto our screens. That being said, he did lose his first match against Umut, another world champion. He lost it 6-5. And for Adida, he lost his first match up to Samu Gamer, 9-3. So Samu, who we just saw, was able to have a pretty one-sided affair against Adida here. So for both of these players, it's about putting your first points on the board here. Or just a point, if you are drawing, of course. A nice chip over the top. Is it onside? Is going to be the real question. And the answer is no. It was not onside. Cut to the player cams. I was like, maybe? No. Still 1-0. But again, Dasari just showing how dangerous he is going forward. Speaking of, Adida now trying to find his pass, but the line was very high from MS Dasari. Trying to play his own offside traps and working. This one's not going to be offside, though. I lied, it is. Very close. Both of these players really trying to force their opponents to make some risky passes. And there's going to be another one. Apparently that's onside. I thought for sure it was going to be offside after what we'd just seen. How was that one onside but the others weren't? I mean, someone must have been playing them on. So there's the equalizer for Adida. As MS Dasari goes into the tactics screen. Dasari, a absolute legend in esports. Both in-game and out of game for what he's been able to do with Falcons 2. But he cannot hold on to his lead. Can he reinstate it here, though? The keeper comes off his line. And Wharton wins the ball in the air. And now Adida trying to hit him on the break here. Wonder if he can find another pass. Dasari definitely is going to have to be careful with this offside trap, considering the last one he was punished for. Into Rodri. O'Reilly steals it away. And the ball is won back from the defensive Adida. And now plays it through! And it's a banger! And now has a 2-1 lead. As Dasari falls behind. And can only watch on as that one hurled itself into the top corner. And MS Dasari now going to have to try and work hard to get back into this game. But Adida looking more and more comfortable the further we get into it. Kika can't quite find that pass. And these are the dangerous times, but that pass is a little bit too quick. Now actually space has opened up here, but Casillas punches it out for a corner. Nothing comes of it. Dida looks so comfortable on the ball. Maybe he was a little bit nervy at the start, allowing that first goal to go in just right off of kickoff. What does Dasari still have up his back pocket? Sadly, two players collide, two of his own players, so he does give the ball away. Here's Wharton. Musiala now into Parajuelo, and there is the equaliser. It was a well-worked goal from Dasari. Parajuelo is just always seems to be there, cutting in from the wing, waiting for that pass. And a simple finesse in the end. And it's another back and forth ping-pong game between these two. Oh, and that's beautiful passing, and oh, he has the lead again, just Dasari. It's a quick passage of play that allows him to regain his lead. And Adida just couldn't keep up with those passes. It's so insane, these games we've had today, just when you think someone is comfortable and in the lead. The speed of which this game can flip on its head. Now, what does Adida have? Have a response of his own. Somehow still has the ball. Quite fortunate. He will take it, but then he does give it away after just trying to pass a little bit too quickly to find it through. And then typically, back in the day, this is where Dasari would usually excel. When he has the lead, when he can hold on to the ball and dictate the pace of play. In NFC 26, it does seem like you just get punished for any sort of mistake that you make. You have to be so flawless with your play. Otherwise, your opponent's going to take full advantage of it as that through ball is attempted, but not quite passing O'Reilly. Oh, what a finish as well from Adida. Patiently played his way through. So with 35 minutes gone, we find ourselves back to square one. It's Parajuelo. Run being made through the left. Just manages to get the player locked to try and shift back. Here's Parajuelo again on the left. Lots of support in the middle, and it's buried into the back of the net. And again, the tides have turned here in Paris. Just when Dasari had that lead, felt like he was in control, Adida replies with two of his own, and now he reinstates his lead. And again, this left-hand side is going to be the target for Parajuelo. Bellingham tries to fizz one in. Here's Rodri. Into Kika now. And again, Adida just flowing now. Seems like he's on top of his game. Looking so comfortable in the final third. Oh, just one turn too many. Here's Kika. To Musiala. Maybe one last chance for Adida before the half if he goes forward here, which he does continue to do so. Referee not going to blow the halftime whistle just yet. Could maybe take a 2-goal advantage going into the dressing room if you can find the correct pass here. Does manage to find an extra. Into the middle now to Kika. It's beautiful. In the end, amounts to nothing. And it is just going to be 4-3 at the half then between Adida and Emas Dasari. And which already feels like a must-win game for these players after losing one. Just to try and regain your confidence a little bit, put yourself back into that league table, into somewhere that you're going to be happy about. I don't think we'll see too many changes going into the half as well. Both players have been able to find their ways through. When you are scoring successfully, it's not really too much of a concern for too many changes. Perhaps there will be the consideration of, am I conceding too much and how do I stop that from happening? And we're back underway then. Adida with the lead, but anything could happen here as we've already seen today. He wants to put himself out of reach, really. One goal is not going to be enough against a player with the sheer history and skill of Emas Dasari. Honestly, it's quite a privilege being able to play against Dasari. As I'm sure many players would have thought they would have never had the chance to do as they watched him compete back when he was at his prime. Now Adida just tries to hold on to the ball as he waits for the runners to come, and it is going to be the right back finally arriving. Now Bellingham plays one in, tries to hit the finesse on the left, gets a second bite at the cherry here. Dasari scrambling a little bit, but he is able to win it. Dasari can't quite convert the chance either. Does look threatening though, and I think that's what's important. You've got to make sure that you're at least posing those threats, make your opponent worry and make them a little bit uneasy every time they have possession. And even more so when you have possession. Keep them on their toes, keep them sweating. As the ball gets played through, if that's onside, it's going to be a fantastic chance for Parajuelo, but it's not going to be. Again, fine margins. Nice through ball. Lamine Yamal is going to be there, and actually there is going to be plenty of support in the middle, but in the end he tries to go for the ball roll into the shot off the left. Still a lot of time here. Adida does need to be careful that when he's holding on to the ball back there, he doesn't make any mistakes. Dasari will definitely capitalize on them. Adida does look really good going forward. As I say that, he is dispossessed, and now Dasari with the play lock. Musiala and Paruello just making sure they link up on this left-hand side, which has been a focus point for both players, really. It's a little bit of help, does find it in Musiala. The run was made, but not opting to go back there just yet, but now finds it into Kika! Oh, Casillas. In the end, just too many bodies. Ball one back though. Dasari needs a little bit of momentum. At the moment we're in a state of play where neither team really able to break through the defense. And that's only going to benefit Adida the longer this goes on, but it's Adida who cues up the first pause as he feels like maybe he needs to make a couple of changes here. Perhaps that Dasari is getting a little bit too much of the ball. Paruello into Musiala. That is a run through the middle as well. Can you bring it down? But Arujo. But suddenly there's going to be a second chance. There's Lamine Yamal. Oh, Casillas again gets down to it. So at 4-3, 64 minutes gone. Despite there being plenty of time, it's now where you go into the tactics screen, you start to make those changes. See if you can make that difference. But it's a very even affair between these two. It's starting to feel a little bit nervy, actually. And for good reason, we saw the prize pool earlier. An insane amount of money on the line for all these players who their job, their career is to play FC. It always comes down to the World Championship of whether you can secure an insane amount of prize money to take home and make it all worth it, all of that hard work all season long. Over $1 million of prize money as Lamine Yamal. Oh, it's off the bar. Maybe a second chance though for McTominay into Yamal again. That one's good though. No upright this time to deny it. And Falcons' MS Dasari has found his goal and his equaliser. As we continue to go back and forth between these two competitors in what has been an excellent game. As I said, it was starting to feel a little bit nervy, a little bit dicey. And finally, Dasari is able to find that equaliser. To do so off of hitting the upright as well. So many times you'll hit the post and then the other team goes down the other end and scores. But now, Dasari with a chance to potentially take the lead here. Bellingham in the middle. Does go for a little player lock, but it's just a dummy this time. Back to McTominay, but no one able to be on the end of that pass. Still 20 minutes to go. Adina now with the chance as well to break forward. Passes are available. Bellingham's making that run, does find him. And that pass was a little lackluster. And Yamal has been an interesting inclusion on the team as well. We've not seen him today. Certainly has made a difference on the right as O'Reilly denies. I think this one has draw written all over it with how both these players have been coming back into the game, but I would be happily proven wrong. Not opting to make the through ball then, waiting for this moment. Oh, and just forced off the ball. Upamecano having the strength. Vitinha plays it through to Kika. One more into Bellingham now. Can you stride past Maldini? The answer's no. Bellingham now. 14 minutes left. While a goal here wouldn't feel like a winner, just being able to give yourself that little bit of freedom of going ahead, and there it is! Vitinha able to rise above all. And Dasari finds himself in the lead once more. And now this is where the tactics completely change. You can play a little bit more defensively. And even though inviting pressure sometimes can be very difficult to deal with, you can make it very difficult as well for your opponent to actually find those passes. And if you do gain possession, make it even more difficult for them to grab that ball back off of you. Kind of a 4-5-1 or a 4-4-1-1 have been both preferred tactics so far. And you can see a lot of the changes that are being made are just changing from kind of versatile approaches or attacking approaches, just shifting to defend as well. And we're back underway. 13 minutes to play. And whilst we got to see the changes from one side, a more defensive approach, I'm sure, on the other, it was far more aggressive with the changes that are being made. And can you make it count? Right off the rip here, and almost Paruello. I mean, she can bend them in. Didn't quite have the angle there to beat Casillas. And he was in prime position to be able to scoop that one up comfortably. Robinson now into Bellingham. A 2-goal lead would surely seal it at this stage of the game. There's Vitinha, who scored that goal, and it's another attempt. It's exactly the same kind of style of play. The dink over, trying to find the head over the keeper, but this time the keeper was wise to it. Quick off his line, and now the counter-attack is here for Adida. Paruello gets fortunate. Bellingham still has the ball. Paruello still making that run, but Bellingham just going to opt to spread himself out wide here. Being hassled at the moment. Dasari relentless with his defense, and Dasari wins the ball back as well, as Yamal now can stretch his legs a little bit. Holds up, but the through ball is there, but he's slightly offside, so he hesitates. There's good patience and good discipline from Dasari. He doesn't need to make those risks at the moment because he has the lead. And he has this ball on the right-hand side. And does manage to keep it out. And it goes out for a throw-in in favour of Dasari as well. As Adida goes back into the tactics screen. Last orders, really. Last chance of trying to find a goal. And find an equaliser to rescue a point here. I guess if you can find one quickly, there is still a chance of finding a winner. Emes Dasari still has the lead. And as I said, an EWC favourite as well. Being able to lift that club championship trophy for Team Falcons last year. Abu Maka actually played a big part in that for Team Falcons too. It's now McTominay. Into Lamine Yamal. And for Dasari, it's about just really holding on to this ball unless an opportunity presents itself for a goal. As Vitinha, just with a little fake shot, tries to play it across goal, but too many defenders there. And now this is where the risk is. The counter-attack is very much on here, but the ball is not good enough to beat the defence now of Dasari. And it's a back to holding on to possession, but there's so much room on the right for Yamal again. Can run this one towards the corner. Nice little scoop turn to get away from the man. Added on time is going to be important here as well. And that one's going to go out for a corner. So Adida still struggling to win back possession. Dasari will happily bide his time here. And actually it's going to be a pause as well. Just to adjust a couple of things. We've not seen MS Dasari win a World Cup since, what? Would have been 2018 when he won the World Championship, defeating Stefano Pina in the final. And then he also finished second at the World Championship of 2019, losing out to Mo Alba. And that's the thing with all the, you know, greatest of all time talk. If Dasari was able to put another World Championship title under his reign, then suddenly he does become really one of the greatest of all time. A multiple World Championship winner that not many can say they've done. If any, at this point. But it's a long pause here for Adida. And for good reason. He knows he's really going to get one chance at trying to find an equalizer for a point here. Mr. Dasari, I imagine, will take as much time as he can on this free kick. A couple of changes of the player just to add to the animation, and then you bring someone short to play it close. As Yamal has the ball. How much added on time? It's another corner. He's doing well, is Dasari. It eats away at that timer. 2 minutes of added on time means that Adida just needs to win the ball back now for one last chance. I look at the extra seconds that are being gained by waiting for this animation. Dasari plays it all the way back to his defense. And unless there's a mistake here, we are looking at MS Dasari taking his first 3 points of the competition. It's going to be an attempt at trying to close down from Adida, but it looks like to no avail as the final whistle will go. And MS Dasari will take the win 5-4 against Adida and will secure his first 3 points of the tournament. For Adida, it was a fantastic effort. At times, he was ahead in what was another back-and-forth game between two competitors. I didn't really know how it was going to go in the end, but Dasari was able to break through and take the win. Of course, we'll take a look back at some of the replays as well when they're available. But I am surprised that this was as close as it was at times. I mean, there was dominance on both sides, but neither player really able to take advantage of their lead when they had it. And both looked incredible in that final third. When they were presented with an opportunity, rarely did they miss. I think the key point of the game was when Dasari hit the post, but then was still able to get a second chance and convert that one. So many times when you do hit the crossbar and you don't convert it, it can be very frustrating and get into your head a little bit. This was when Dasari took a 3-2 lead, but then it was the Adida show again. Tied us up at 3-3, and then also took the lead with a brilliant ball in and finish. And Dasari looked a little bit deflated here. But boy, was his gameplay afterwards everything but. As he was having chance after chance, this was the one that hit the upright, but then Bellingham able to win the ball back, and having the composure to still find that pass was huge for Dasari. And in the end, Vitinha able to rise above all to take that fifth goal, which would be the winning goal in the end. So MS Dasari puts the first 3 points on the board, and that's our fifth match of the day concluded, but we still have more to come. So we are going to go for a break, but when we come back, we'll have more FC action coming on your screens. Well, welcome back everyone to the FC Pro World Championship at the Esports World Cup 2026. And we have our last match of the day here on the side stream. And what a banger we have for you as well. It's Levi David versus Paulo Neto. It's a matchup of Team Liquid. But of course, as these players know, once you get into the thick of it, teammates, it doesn't matter if you're playing against each other. It's an individual competition for yourselves to try and become a world champion. And two players who are definitely capable of lifting trophies and have lifted trophies across various different competitions. Paulo Neto, of course, doing it at the EMLS and the E-Lib as well. And as for Levi David, has found himself up there in the Dutch League, the E-Divisie, and also has won quite a few FC Cups along the way. Levi David has already found one victory so far this tournament, so he's on 3 points, but here he comes. Paulo Neto manages to get the opener. Paulo actually lost his first matchup of the tournament, so a chance to try and right those wrongs now going into his second. He lost to Chris de Boer. It was 10-7 in favour of Chris de Boer in the end. Whereas, as I said, Levi David was able to find a win. So he's on 3 points. Paulo Neto needs the 3 even more so. And Team Liquid have continued to improve their roster of players. Oh, and what a finish that is as well! That's what Levi David has in his back pocket. The instant reply. Again, there's just no time to breathe, no time to really hold on to that ball as both players constantly looking to try and press and hit that counter-attack. And again, here it comes here from Levi David. Run being made through, and it does find Parahuelo. Oh, there's 2 now. Blink and you would have missed it. We're only like, what, 8-9 minutes in, and it's already 2-1 in favor of Levi David. It's probably a little bit frustrating having to play against a teammate in that you would have practiced against each other quite a lot, and you should know each other inside out. But you can use that to your advantage as well. They will know you, but you know them, and it's about trying to be a little bit different. Trying to do things that perhaps you weren't doing as much during your practice and testing. See if you can surprise your teammate. As here's Bellingham now. Plenty of white shirts going forward, but hesitant is Paulo Neto at the moment to make that pass because there was just too many blue shirts to try and break through. He's biding his time here. And I don't blame him. You can't really take too many risks after you've just seen those 2 attacks because exactly this could happen. You give the ball away, and then Levi David has done so well at being able to punish him on the counter-attack with those through balls. And here's another chance now as Messi can 1-2 potentially. The through ball was there, but he does in the end find Parahuelo on the left-hand side. Can go back out all the way to the edge. Neves now. Doesn't hit it, gives it to Bellingham. Player lock is just a distraction. And in the end, he's going to retreat all the way back and wait for a little bit of a pass to open up, which it does so for Messi. In the end, it's blocked. Paulo will win the ball back. And actually, he does find a gap through. McTominay has 2 runners in front of him. Can he find the right one? Maldini's there to deny it. Successful defending from Levi David here to keep his lead. Levi David keeps his lead and looks to try and make his way up towards the top of the table and match those like Samu Gamer, who's already found 2 victories today. And Messi now plays a long through ball as well, but that's a great sliding tackle. You needed that. Levi David just trying to puncture that defense and find that third, but now Paulo Neto, a chance to show us what he can do. It is an attempt at a very driven through ball. Speaking of through balls, actually Paruello might get a hold of this, and she will, and it's going to be 3-1 now. And she is absolutely deadly when she manages to get hold of that ball in that kind of position. Just stretching away from the defenders as the coaches now have a little whisper in the ears of their players. And again, it must be weird for the coaching staff as well. The two players on the same team. God forbid they ended up in a penalty shootout if it was knockout stages. Think about the research that's gone into that and the tendencies that follow. But after an early start from Paolo Neto, it's all been Levi David since, but now maybe Paolo can get one. Try and keep him in this competition. You don't really want to allow Levi David to get too far ahead here, and again, Paruello going to be the target. I wonder if she's going to be the top scorer at the end of this tournament with how things are going. There's O'Reilly. As Levi David slows it down a little bit, but now he can start to burst into space. And does try and play the through ball. Jude Bellingham was there making the run, but Paolo Neto wise to it, but does give the ball away again. Paolo has to be careful. You don't want to give too many chances, and that's why Levi David is ruthless when he's through on goal. A 4-1 lead, a 3-goal advantage, and Levi David now in cruise control here. When Levi David first came onto the scene, he was spoke about as being the next big thing. A young up-and-comer who was going to be able to dominate the competition, and whilst his career has been extremely successful, of course would love to be a world champion on the top of it all. Finished 3rd place last year at the World Championship. Couldn't quite get over that finish line. Losing to Guy Barosh 4-1 in the end. Paolo Neto, though. Maybe he can actually find a second goal here. Paruello, and it is going to be low and driven and into the bottom corner. That does definitely keep him in this conversation. It is funny how today we've had players who have been seemingly in control of the game. And all it takes is that one goal just to turn the tide a little bit. Here's Maldini. 10 minutes left to play of the first half. Well, one back by Paolo Neto. And you can see he wants to break. He wants to take advantage of some of these players being out of position. And he's done exactly that. Dembele now will be through. Tries to play that ball, but too hot on defenses, Levi David at the moment. And now he's got the chance to counter as well. It does just become a little bit of a counter fest in some of these matchups with how they're playing. The 1 and 2 is there. Well read, though, by Paolo Neto. Can't afford to have too many mistakes here and allow Levi David to get too far ahead, but perhaps he can find a 3rd goal now. Through Saka. Is on his left, but in the end plays one extra. And not able to find the target. And actually, the counter wasn't really up for grabs after a poor pass. Now Paolo on the edge. Can he take us to just a 1-goal game before the half? Bellingham quite decisively says no. Now Kika. Turns back into Saka again. Levi David is happy to play a slow build-up style here. Wait for that opportunity to open up to itself. He's just waiting to see if Paolo Neto steps up a little bit. And if he doesn't, he's saying, well, it's half-time anyway. I guess I'll take it, but that's a brilliant ball. Should get on the end of it, and he will do so as Bellingham makes it 5-2 now. He grabs this game back, tucks it in his pocket, and the 3-goal lead is reinstated. It's a good ball from Paolo, though. Sadly, just couldn't find that pass back to the edge of the box. And now for Levi David, he's going to go into the dressing room with a 3-goal lead by the looks of it, unless he finds something from this final attack, which he will try and ensure that he does have the final attack here. As we take it over to added on time. It's 1 extra minute, and now he can start to go forward. You just want to deny, really, the chance for your opponent to have a free attack and a counter-attack. And this one becomes then a riskless attack, because even if you lose the ball, it doesn't matter. But maybe you can actually find a 6th goal here if you play this correctly, and you do! It's a 6th for Levi David. It's headset off, and it's a chat to the coach for Paulo Neto. A 4-goal deficit going into halftime is not an easy one to come back from. It's been a beautifully played game from Levi David. As we look back at the replays, his attacks have been flawless. We did start off with a Paulo Neto goal right at the get-go, but then Levi David was not phased. Unbelievable finish from Messi to start off, and then these balls through have just been disgusting. Almost replicas of one another, finding Parajuelo. Paulo Neto has just not been able to keep up with it, even though there has been opportunities. It's all been Levi David. Paulo was able to put at least a 2nd on the board before Levi David made it 6 in the end. So we start the second half at 6-2. As I've said, it's been very high scoring today across the board. We've had 17 goals scored in some games. And there's another one, but it is Paulo Neto to make it 6-3. And my point from saying we've had a lot of goals is there is still plenty of time to work with for Paulo here. This is not done. Especially now with that 3rd going in. FC 26, especially at this stage of the year with how good these items are, it's very difficult to defend against the ability of the attackers and the players you're playing against. And that's evident with the amount of goals that are being scored as Parajuelo tries to play one across goal. Intercepted though. And now Paulo on the break. Looking to see if he can find that through ball to Jude Bellingham, and actually now Parajuelo is making the run on the left. Maybe just offside, and it will be. The assistant had his flag up. So a couple of chances for Paulo. One of them converted, but still a 3-goal lead here for Levi David. Parajuelo again. Happy to just have a little dance around the box at the moment. It looks effortless from Levi David as he's assessing, seeing if he can find that pass, but it is denied. And now the break is going to be there. Jude Bellingham is going to burst on through. He should be able to take this one down as well, and will get the chance of a shot on goal, but it's Casillas. A big save, a little bit of goalkeeper movement just to step across. And that was an opportunity for Paulo Neto to get back into this game. And it is still going to be a corner. But Levi David staying switched on here. Possession-wise, it's been a one-sided affair, really. Levi David with 61% of it. In terms of shots, very close one. I mean, 6 shots, 6 goals for Levi David. You talk about being efficient in front of goal. A 100% success rate isn't so bad, I'd say. I mean, still a lot of time, though. And Levi David knows it. I'm sure they're hesitant to make any massive changes here. Asaka now onto the left foot. And again, that's going to go out for another corner. Pressure being applied now by Paulo Neto to his teammate in Levi David. Saying, I'm still in this one. He's not going to roll over and show his belly. It's Dembele! Oh, Casillas again. Worth his weight in gold at the moment. A ball out into the edge. No one able to get on the end of it, though. And now, finally, Levi David is able to escape the pressure. And he might be able to lead it to a counter-attack of his own. No, has to recycle. Go back. The trouble is, with being ahead by 3 at this stage of the game, it's kind of too early to try and kill the game off with possession and invite pressure upon yourself. So you want to still look for goals. You want to still try and attack. That's exactly what we're seeing at the moment. It's Bellingham! Oh, it's off the side post. What a chance that was to take a 7-4 lead here. But now Paulo Neto on the other side might be able to get one back. And a chance from Saka, and there we have it. It's 6-4. It's a tale as old as time when you hit the upright and go down the other end and the goal happens. It's a cruel, cruel game. But at least Levi David still holds on to that 2-goal lead. I was saying a 3-goal lead is scary, 2 even more so. What do you even do with a 2-goal lead, it feels like sometimes. He does find the 1-2. Finds it to Paruello. Oh, beautiful turn as well. He's saucy on the ball with it. Here's Levi David. FC26 really does suit his playstyle for sure. Oh, he's giving the ball away. And this could be a disastrous mistake, but unfortunately not able to capitalize. So as we go into the pause, only a 2-goal game now in what was a 4-goal game at halftime. Potential changes to be made though. And actually, I wonder now if Levi David is going to look at this one and saying, well, with the changes that were being made, how can I counter it? The 4-4-1-1 still going to be the option. Elsewhere are other winners who have found at 2 wins so far. Nasada, who we saw earlier on in our first game of the day. He has 2 wins. He was able to beat Danny Pitbull 9-4. Samu Gamer, we saw his second game, so he's at 2-0 as well. He's at the top of the table. Manu Bashore was able to beat Nicholas 6-4. So some big names finding victories on the board as Saka now looking to try and find a 7th goal for Levi David, which would again just put him slightly out of reach here, but not able to find it. And now the through ball here for Paulo Neto. And Paruello, who has been the lady of the moment, and a chance, and it's going to be converted. And just like that, it's a 1-goal game. Levi David, who was up by 4, now finds himself on the ropes a little bit here. Here's Dembele. Twists, finds it onto his left, but finally, the ball won back by Levi David, who needs to get a hold of this game now. And that ball, not quite going to do it. O'Reilly's able to just rescue it for the team. Paulo Neto on a charge. And with a chance maybe for McTominay. Oh, it's just poked wide. Went for a little cheeky low driven into the left. The ball tried to play to the edge. It was a poor corner, actually. Need to do better from that. And that through ball could be deadly as well, but O'Reilly just does enough. Again, I think O'Reilly has been the perfect left back for all of these teams. There's now Dembele. Paulo Neto in the ascendancy. McTominay back to De Bruyne. It is blocked though. And the bounce goes back to Levi David, who I'm sure would love to stop all this pressure with a goal of his own, but he just can't keep hold of the ball at the moment. Paruello into Bellingham, runs being made on the left as well. De Bruyne back into Bellingham, one more. McTominay to Saka. And Saka on the left! Oh, Casillas again makes the save. And Levi David quite rightly takes a pause here, because he is being bruised and battered at the moment with the amount of chances that are going Paulo Neto's way. And with the momentum of the game, Paulo Neto looks very likely to find an equaliser. Gonna be honest, it's 6-2 at halftime. Most people probably tune out and think, you know, this one's done. That's 3 points guaranteed. Not in this competition. Not in FC 26. Expect the unexpected. As I said, some of the games we've had have been insane. An 8-7. Jafonzo lost 8-7 to Smoke. Emre Yilmaz lost 8-7. Absolutely insane. The 10-4 matchup. I mean, yeah. Goals galore, but can we see another one for Paolo Neto? This time he does find the ball that he wanted from the corner. Oh, and it's just gone over. I think it came off his own player, and it will, so it's going to be a goal kick then. And it's these times that you wonder what's going through the head of both of these players. Levi David, who probably thought this game was done, sewn up. 3 points guaranteed, cruising. Well, maybe he can find a 7th here, or not. And then on the other side, Paolo Neto probably was thinking at 6-2, like, am I even going to get the chance to come back into it? Well, now he has a chance to maybe find an equalizer. Plays it inside to Dembele, and there it is! We're at 6-6! An unbelievable comeback from Paolo Neto. One that at times you could probably only dream of. 4 goals on the bounce. So now, as it stands, would secure him a point. But is the momentum so firmly on his side now that he can maybe even take full 3 here? Levi David was very much on the ropes, but is a knockout potential going to be there? Or can he get back up before the count of 10 as Messi now on his left foot? It's well blocked, but there's going to be a second chance. Oh, Casillas with a save. Corner ball. Whipped in, does manage to head it down, but McTominay steals it away, and now Paolo Neto begins to charge again. Oh, what a ball that is as well, finding Saka. There are players in the middle as well. Can you turn this one back onto your left? Yes, you can, but great defensive work by Levi David. I mean, everything is pointing towards Paolo Neto here with this game, but we know what Levi David is capable of, especially after his first half. There's now Messi. Waits to see if he can find it. McTominay! It's 7-6 and he regains his lead. After all the hard work from Paolo Neto. Will it amount to nothing as Levi David again finds himself ahead? And it was a well-worked goal. Brilliant patience when he had the ball with Messi. Waits and waits until that player makes the run. And then perfectly executed to play the pass. And you have to ask yourself, you know, what does he have left, Paolo Neto? He's given everything, given his all to get back into this game. I mean, if you look at the half, he's still 4-1 up in the half. So still a good chance of him trying to get back into this game with just how well he's been playing. So it's Levi David 7, Paolo Neto 6. And with only 6 minutes to play as well. Oh, well one back as well. Can Saka reach that one? No, not quite. And I refuse to say the scoreline in the other way in case the Zoomers come out to get me. There's Dembele. Into Musiala. Dembele again. A chance to equalise! And would you believe it? 7-7. And also, by the way, no pauses remaining. Levi David looked to make some changes there. But out of pauses, he's going to have to hope that either Paolo Neto has some left and makes one later, or he's just going to have to play with what he's got for these remaining 3 minutes now, as we're all tied up. What an excellent game between two teammates who know each other so well. Parajuelo now. As Levi David maybe looking to hold on to possession a little bit. Perhaps he feels like momentum is so heavily on the side of Paolo Neto. He's a little bit worried about giving away the ball, and alas, it still happens as Musiala now has support alongside him. Continues to just stride forward because Levi David had covered the runs. But is there anyone inside that you can actually play with? Levi David has covered well. Dembele now. 2 minutes of added on time. Perhaps this will be the last chance for either team. As he does find the ball into Dembele. It's going to be a draw, if not a win now for Paolo, it would seem. Because Paolo holds on to the ball. This will be the last attack of the game. Parajuelo plays it inside. Musiala, one more to Dembele! And he is stolen at the death! He was down 6-2, but somehow, someway, finds himself the victor here. With the last kick of the game. Manages to win it 8-7. What an excellent 3 points that is for Paolo Neto. Of course, heartbreak on the other side for Levi David, and whilst I'm sure deep down he'll be happy that it's his teammate he lost to, it's never good to lose anyway. As we look back at the replays of the game, I'll remind you, Paolo Neto won this one. Because we're going to be looking at goal after goal for Levi David. At the half, it was 6-2 in the end. This was the 5th from Bellingham. And at this goal, you're 6-2 up going into half-time. You thought it was cruise control, but right from the start, Paolo Neto was able to find one back. And then we began the comeback of all comebacks. Chances, knocking on the door. And in the end, he had to use a battering ram to try and break through. It was off the post off one side, and then down the other end. The 4th goal was then found from Paolo. And there were chances for Levi David, but once that door was open, Paolo Neto continued to just dominate and find chance after chance. And at 6-6, I was leaning towards Paolo, but then this happened. Levi David takes the lead with 7 minutes remaining. But then towards the end, we were able to see Paolo Neto find the win and get 3 points on the board in what was one of the most incredible comebacks that we've seen so far, and maybe that we'll see all tournament, depending on how things go. But a very impressive one indeed. Now, as a reminder to how this tournament is going down and just how much prizing is available for these players and what they are competing for as well, you can take a look at all the prize pool available. Over $1 million on the docket. 250,000 for first, 150,000 for second, and 75k for third. Then, of course, between 25 to 36th, they will all take home 10 grand. So just for qualified 2 rounds of games, all of these players have been able to play twice in the league table because we start in the league stage with 36 players. 24 of those will go through into playoffs. And then, of course, the top 8 will go through automatically into the single elimination bracket where we finish things off in the round of 16. Very exciting for everyone competing, and it has been a brilliant day. We've been able to witness some incredible games as well, some closely contested ones, that's for sure. We will be back tomorrow, of course, with more action. It will be around about the same time if you want to continue watching your favorite players compete. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes for making sure this one all works. And from me, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good time. Have a good night.